Senate Committee on Criminal Justice will come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Senator Flores,
Present.
Senator King, Senator Huffman, Senator Miles, Senator Betancourt, Senator Hinojosa.
Present.
A quorum will be established as the meeting progresses. Members, thank you for attending this hearing as the committee considers the following interim committee charges issued by Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. The subjects are core to protecting Texans from criminal activity and ensuring public safety, the single most important focus of this committee. Each charge will allow us to measure whether current law is sufficient to reach that goal, or whether the charges need to be made in those laws to ensure or improve public safety in our great state. And I ask the clerk to read the charges that we will address today.
Our first charge will be retail theft. Study the effects of organized retail crime in Texas and in other states. Evaluate the reporting and legislative suggestions from the statewide Organized Retail Theft Task Force. Make recommendations to protect the safety of retail employees and business owners in Texas. Charge number 2, we will have financial crimes. Evaluate financial criminal activity trends in Texas, including the fiscal impact on consumers, financial institutions, local economies, and businesses. Determine the extent of payment fraud by transnational criminal gangs. Study the impact of the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center, FCIC. Make recommendations that enhance penalties for check and payment fraud and identify ways to strengthen financial criminal investigations in Texas. Our final charge of the day will be supporting victims of sexual assault. Examine the collection and processing of rape kits by law enforcement agencies and testing laboratories. Make recommendations to ensure that forensic evidence collected from victims of sexual assault is processed in a timely manner.
Thank you. We plan to take these 3 charges today as the Texas Senate seeks ways to curb spiraling retail and financial theft in our great state, and examine ways that we can better support the victims of sexual assault by ensuring that forensic evidence is processed in a timely manner. But before we get started, are there any, Senator, any remarks you'd like to make or statements? Thank you. So the Senate also recognizes Megan Miller, who oversees criminal justice policy for the Lieutenant Governor's Office, and my committee staff, Director Mike Ward, General Counsel Kevin Patterson, Chief Luke Owen, and Analyst Andrew Gonzalez. So as we begin, I would also like to remind everyone in the audience that would like to provide public testimony to please register at the kiosks in the hallway behind the committee room. If providing written testimony, please have 12 copies with your name and organization listed on each copy. So the chair recognizes Chair Huffman.
Sorry, I got lost. Literally.
The chair lays out the following interim committee charges relating to retail theft and recognizes the following individuals to provide invited testimony. So our first panel to discuss the growing problems of retail theft from the state, law enforcement and prosecutorial perspective, will be Corey Castillo, Associate Deputy Comptroller for Operations and Support at the Comptroller's Office, Captain Sean Hallett with the Texas Department of Public Safety, Chief Will Johnson with the Texas Police Chiefs Association, and Jennifer Tharp, the District Attorney of Comal County. If you can please come forward. I'd like to thank you all for being here and taking the time to address these issues and give us some ideas on how we can proactively get ahead of this and do what we need to make Texas one of the most uninviting places for organized crime to operate. So please state your names and who you represent, and also speak directly into the microphone so everyone can hear your testimony. So we'll begin to my left.
Okay.
And then we'll just start going down.
Good morning.
Please proceed.
My name is Jennifer Tharp. I'm the Criminal District Attorney for Comal County. Thank you for the opportunity to come today to provide some testimony and input with regards to the existing statute in the Penal Code 3116, which is organized retail theft. If you look at theft, theft is one of the oldest crimes that has been recognized by society. We have laws against larceny, embezzlement, grand theft, petty theft, robbery, armed robbery, burglary, you name it. And I know for a fact that many times in drafting legislation, the attempt is to produce a law that not only withstands the test of time, but also technological advancements. Unfortunately for Texas, the current statute for organized retail theft as it stands is no longer an effective tool to combat this offense. It's a major problem in this state, costing businesses billions of dollars. In April of this year, Capital One Shopping Research reported that United States businesses lost $121 billion to retail theft. In 2023, with a projected loss nationwide of $150 billion. What does this mean for Texas? According to Capital One, Texas retailers lost $5.9 billion in 2022. And what it means to the state of Texas is we lost out on $372 million in sales tax. Notably, Texas adopted the organized retail theft statute in 2007. When you look at the bill analysis from HB 3584, what was reported is that Texas businesses lost $2.5 billion, and the state lost out on $150 million in state sales tax. We've tripled those numbers since adopting organized retail theft. That's not a trend we want. When you look at organized retail theft, approximately 2% of shoplifters are caught. That's about 1 in every 100. What needs to be done? I have 5 proposals for this committee. Number 1, we need to revise the organized retail theft statute. We need to relook at the definitions included in it and also capture the variety of the manner and means in which the offense is actually committed. Second, we need to impose penalties that punish but also deter the conduct. Third, we need to provide stronger evidentiary framework that allows for the successful investigation and prosecution of these type of offenses. I would submit to you there's value in looking at regional task force similar to what we have in our TAG centers, our ICAC, and as well as our financial crime. And then finally, we need to look at better training. The training not just for law enforcement and prosecutors, but more of a collaborative approach between businesses and law enforcement. The current statute in 3116 makes the prosecution of organized retail theft under the statute limiting, and often Texas prosecutors, myself included, will charge as theft and allege the other conspirators as parties versus organized retail theft. It is the same level of offense as regular theft as it is for retail theft. Or we look at charging engaging in organized criminal activity or robbery where there are stiffer punishments. My recommended fix would add a new definition of retail theft. It would also add for 6 different manner and means in which the offense can be committed. Where acting in concert with one or more persons to commit an act of retail theft, that's the individual who is instructed to go into the establishment and commit the actual theft. A second manner and means would be for the one who organizes, plans, finances, directs. That's the person, the mastermind, sending the individuals in or organizing the crime. Third and fourth, I would propose where someone intentionally or knowingly commits retail theft from more than one location or merchant within a 180-day period, similar to what we have for continuous family violence. Another manner of means would be where someone commits 3 or more acts of retail theft within a 180-day period. I had a case in my county where within a 6 weeks time period, a group hit 8 targets in a cinema, stealing approximately $215,000 worth of cash. Fifth, I would have a manner of means where they intentionally or knowingly obtain or receive a benefit from an act of retail theft. This is similar to what we have in human trafficking. This would capture the person that's doing the fencing or the e-fencing. And then finally, someone who intentionally or knowingly acts in concert with 2 or more other people for the purpose of overwhelming the response of the merchant or law enforcement in order to carry out the offense. The critical question is when you look at organized retail theft, are you only looking at a group of people or perhaps your individual who is a very sophisticated thief who goes in time and time again? We just had a case yesterday. We prosecuted a woman who had more theft offenses than I can even count. Additionally, which I've mentioned, we need to increase the punishment range for organized retail theft. I would add as well that prior organized retail theft prosecutions should raise and enhance the punishment level regardless of whether the sentence imposed was probated or received a deferred adjudication. This is similar to how we handled DWI first and family violence offenses. I would also submit to you adding an evidentiary rule where the defendant's prior retail theft can be admissible in guilt innocence. This is similar in evidentiary rules we have for regular theft, family violence, child sex assault, murder, stalking, and Medicaid fraud. I would submit to you the value of simplifying the charging language as it stands right now. If the organized retail theft is stealing items in my indictment or in my information, I am listing out every individual thing. Additionally, I think bail considerations need to be taken into place for organized retail theft. Understand that these individuals have a greater access to financial means than often are realized. I would submit to you where an individual committing this offense flees or evades, whether it's on foot or vehicle, that should be evidence that the judge shall consider when establishing the bail and bail conditions, obviously showing a flight risk. Finally, I think there needs to be collaborative training. I had a great meeting this week with a team from Home Depot where I learned from the business's perspective of the type of information that they receive and how they track it. That does not mesh with what we normally receive on law enforcement's perspective. There's no good reason why law enforcement, prosecutor, and businesses can't be working together and gathering all of the information. As most of you know, law enforcement is stretched thin. It is not a matter of officers not wanting to successfully investigate these cases. It's a matter of there are so many hours in the day. I mentioned earlier the fact that 2% of individuals who commit retail theft are caught. That statistic needs to change. Our stats shouldn't be tripling since we adopted organized retail theft. It should be going down. So I would submit to you there are opportunities to increase catching the offender and then second, successfully prosecuting them. Happy to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Any questions? We'll wait till everyone testifies, and then we'll ask our question if that's okay. Please proceed.
Chairman Flores, esteemed members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today on the critical issue of organized retail crime. I'm Will Johnson, Chief Special Agent for BNSF Railway Police Department. I also serve as First Vice President for the Texas Police Chiefs Association and Fourth Vice President for the International Association of Chiefs of Police. And I have served the citizens of the great state of Texas as a police officer for 30 years. Today, I come before you to raise awareness on the growing crisis threatening our economy as a state and the stability of our communities. I'm speaking on the escalation of organized retail crime, organized cargo theft, and attacks on our entire supply chain. As a criminal justice system, our highest obligation is to eliminate victimization in our state. And for many victims impacted by organized crime, the pathway to restoration and to justice is obscure, which leads to social frustration and, frankly, crime fatigue. The facts are pretty stark. According to the National Retail Federation, organized crime now costs retailers an average of $720,000 per $1 billion in sales. The National Retail Federation also ranks Houston third in the nation for organized retail crime rates, second only to Los Angeles and San Francisco areas. CargoNet also provides shocking statistics about cargo theft. In the first quarter of 2024, there was a 46% increase in the same period of time from 2023. These are not just statistics, but these represent lost jobs, higher prices for consumers, and deprived communities and the state of vital tax revenue. They represent a direct threat to public safety and to the economic well-being of our state. The nature of these crimes has evolved over the years. Thieves now target all products, not just high-value electronics, and they are attacking every segment of the supply chain, from the location of manufacture to the point of sale. They operate sophisticated networks, often having buyers for stolen products before the theft occurs. This is organized crime, plain and simple, and it's being executed in a way to exploit vulnerabilities in the criminal justice system as currently designed. In short, organized crime syndicates have learned that it's far more profitable to engage in organized retail crime and organized cargo theft than it is to commit armed robberies or engage in narco trafficking. But I want to stress the full impact of the organized crime goes far beyond the lost revenue. It endangers employees and customers. It forces stores to close in high-crime areas and ultimately drives inflation. Just this morning, inflation was reported as being up another 2.4% nationally. The apparent lack of societal focus on this type of crime arguably emboldens other types of crime, like violence during routine shoplifting. Yet despite the severity of these problems and the community awareness and conviction rate remains alarmingly low. At the point of arrest or the point of prosecution, many jurisdictions, as previously mentioned, simply charge simple theft, inadvertently creating an atmosphere where organized retail crime can flourish with minimum consequences. Oftentimes, this is not done out of a lack of desire to pursue organized crime charges, but simply due to the limitations of the existing legal framework. These facts are demoralizing to police officers and to prosecutors, and certainly to victims. But the impact of this crisis also impacts the community. Businesses, large and small, are being forced to close their doors. Jobs are disappearing either through closures or job cutbacks. Food deserts are expanding as grocery stores and pharmacies are closing in high-crime areas. Public safety is compromised as unchecked criminality fosters more crime, and consumer costs are rising. This is not a problem that we can continue to ignore. It demands a comprehensive, multifaceted response. The Texas police chiefs do not believe that we have all the answers to this complex problem. But we have a following list of considerations for this committee to review as you start engaging all stakeholders, finding potential solutions. We need to re-examine threshold amounts for felony offense to ensure penalties match the severity of the crimes. We need to provide law enforcement agencies with resources to support needed investigative efforts to combat these sophisticated criminal networks. We need to create felony enhancements for charges for organized or takeover thefts related regardless of the individual amount stolen. Foster improved coordination between manufacturers, retailers, law enforcement, prosecutors, supported by the investments of technology to track stolen goods and the distribution of those products within the community after they're stolen. And finally, we need to develop robust data collection and information sharing systems to identify chronic offenders and pursue organized criminal cartels. The Texas Police Chiefs Association stands ready to work with this committee to develop and implement these solutions. We must act now to protect our businesses and safeguard our communities. Texas is globally known for having a strong gross domestic product, the 8th largest in the world. We cannot cede this asset to the criminal underground. Thank you for your time and attention on this critical matter, and I look forward to answering any questions that you have after testimony concludes.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Sean Hallett. I'm a captain with the Texas Department of Public Safety Criminal Investigations Division. As you know, House Bill 1826 funded DPS, CID in particular, with 7 full-time employees that were dedicated to investigating organized retail theft. Once those employees were in place, we strategically placed them around the state, 3 in the southeast region, which is the Houston area, 3 in the DFW region, and then 1 in Central Texas. I think it's important to note that while we retained 7 full-time employees, the Criminal Investigations Division has been investigating retail theft across the state. To date, from September of 23 until September of 24, CID has had a total of 102 investigations opened, resulting in 108 arrests for organized retail theft. DPS special agents have recovered well into the millions of dollars of stolen goods, and it's hard to place a dollar amount on the theft that has been prevented by our special agents working these cases. Over the year, DPS has partnered with local and federal law enforcement agencies as well as private entity partners, working cases with approximately 35 different unique private entity companies. Just a few case examples that we've had that I'll give you real quick snapshots of. In the Central Texas region, which is in the Waco area, we partnered with local law enforcement as well as Louis Vuitton, recovered 3,666 counterfeit name brand items. The MSRP value of those items was around $3 million. In the North Texas region, we had a case where we recovered 32,800 items valued at a little over $450,000. We worked that case with Arlington PD, Plano PD, Walmart, Target, CVS, Walgreens, TJ Maxx, Sephora, Kohl's, and Albertsons. And then just last week, we had a case that, while it may seem smaller, I think has a large impact on the company. In the North Texas region, we had a lumber company that had $11,000 worth of lumber stolen and 2 more loads. So the total was going to be somewhere around $60,000 worth of lumber stolen. It was picked up and taken to the Southeast region, which is Houston. And so the collaboration between North Texas local agencies, DPS, and then Southeast Texas DPS and Port Authority, as well as Clum Lumber Company, prevented that loss, which I think is significant to that smaller company. So it's just kind of a quick snapshot of what our agents are doing in the field and how we're implementing the organized retail theft employees that we received.
Good morning. I'm Corey Castillo. I'm with the Texas Controller's Office. I'll be going through the presentation that we have up here about the implementation of the Organized Retail Theft Task Force that was provided as administratively to our office. There's some background in here. I'll probably go through it pretty quickly, but I'm happy to answer questions. To establish this, there was a interim charge for the House Committee on Business and Industry to study the effects of organized retail theft, similar to what's been mentioned as everything's been laid out. There was a notice of the sharp increase in the intensity and the incident of organized retail theft across the state. And notice that there was a difficulty in trying to combat this because of the multi-jurisdictional issues, which you can hear in the examples that have been laid out. Another challenge that was identified is the phenomenon of using online marketplace to fence this stolen property, and also recognized early on the need for increased communications between and cooperation between law enforcement across those jurisdictional boundaries. Last session, HB 1826 created this organized retail theft task force and gave that to the Texas Controller's Office. The task force was outlined, we outlined objectives for the task force based on that statute, which included encouraging the members to meet regularly and share information with each other to resolve some of this activity with their perspective. Developing ways to expand the investigative networks, supporting groups that are already looking and working in this space to assist efforts, and then uniting the local officials, law enforcement, and retailers to help reduce crime and build awareness, kind of the education component of it. By statute, the powers of the task force they have the ability to consult with any organization, governmental entity, or person that they consider necessary. And we did bring in guest speakers to the task force to try to address each of the unique perspectives that come into play. And then to collaborate and share information in a confidential matter to allow the groups to speak freely about what they're seeing in their stores or in the communities that they represent. The duties of the task force are outlined here. It's mainly to conduct this ongoing study. It's due in December of every even number year. We review the laws and regulations addressing organized retail theft and in other states and internationally, analyzing the impact of organized retail theft on sales tax collection, long-term economic impacts, and the advantages and disadvantages of taking various actions related to organized retail theft, and making recommendations related to outreach and prevention programs and training related to this issue. So I mentioned the report that's due. The first report will come out in December of this year, December 1 of this year, and that report will include recommendations to increase transparency, improve security, enhance consumer protections, prevent ORT, as well as address some of the long-term impacts. Just a brief update on where we were. We appointed a 10-member task force that represented folks from both online and physical retailers, law enforcement, prosecutor offices, as well as a researcher that has done over research on this issue. We held 4 task force meetings over the year. We have an additional one scheduled for next week. We've conducted site visits to retailers, law enforcement, and prosecutors' offices to kind of see what it looks like on the ground. And we've already shared the draft report with the task force for their feedback. The next slide, slide 8, has a list of our task force membership, including their organization and what representative group that they have. We have also brought other folks in and worked with other retailers not on this list, including visiting their stores. So this is just a representation to bring perspectives from their industries. The slide 9 has an implementation timeline, so you can see when everything was put in place and when we had our meetings. And as mentioned, we have a meeting next week, and that report will be published before December 1st. So some initial observations that I wanted to share that are not final, but they're kind of what we've heard absolutely mirror what you just heard the rest of the testimonies state. There is a concern about the limited availability of statewide data specific to Texas on this issue. And I have a bullet point in here about what TexOrca, which is an organized retail organization, has estimated, which differs greatly from some of the other numbers we've heard about what the impact is to state finances. And that's one of the challenges, is being able to quantify this. Is there's not one uniform data source that we can all agree is the absolute correct data source for this. Additionally, there's some challenges in identifying the absolute loss associated with it. And it comes from various sources, which include concerns about the confidentiality of the data if it's provided by retailers, as well as if you have prosecutors' offices who are unable to utilize the organized retail crime statute, then potentially getting data from them is going to skew being able to add any sort of economic impact numbers to this with pure data. So the actual impact to state taxes is not known, but I think the sentiment that you've heard as far as it is increasing and you're seeing more crime in this area does indicate that it is a increasing problem for state taxes as well as retailers and communities. The other impacts I'll cover, which again, kind of repeat what you've heard from the law enforcement and prosecutors' offices, and you will probably be also hearing from the retailers on this. But just as a high level, the retailers have expressed major concerns about the safety of their employees as well as their customers. They understand that that's one of their highest priorities, is to protect their staff and make sure their staff feels safe coming in, and this is one of their main concerns. The other thing which you did hear about, the idea of some of these stores are providing services and goods to communities that maybe are not going to have options, and so anything that prevents them from either having the level of inventory they need, so if there's a high-value good or an often stolen item, they may choose not to stock that item, and if it's one of the retailers that is few retailers offering it, you're now taking a service away from your community. They're also concerned about the convenience. So a lot of the solutions are, lock things up, put them behind plastic, require a person from the company to come by and do that. Well, what they've found is if as soon as you lock something up, they go somewhere else to purchase that item. So it's that idea of being able to balance the ability to have the convenience of shopping, making it a pleasurable experience, because if anyone's had to wait for someone to come unlock to get razors that are considered just kind of a disposable item that you need frequently, then it becomes kind of a not pleasurable experience to do that. For law enforcement, there's concerns about the broader impacts of organized retail crime and the connections to other criminal activities. And so you heard some about that. Some of the kind of anecdotal stories we've heard is that, as was mentioned, that you're seeing that it's more profitable to participate. We've heard that as well. And so because it is not as likely that you'll get caught or charged, and it's highly profitable, we have heard feedback that criminal enterprises are moving away from drug trade and other more likely to where they're going to get arrested or have long terms if they're caught, will move into this in order to fund other criminal activities. So again, we've heard anecdotal stories of if they go to find the items that have been stolen and they go into a location where they may find other evidence of other criminal activities, including drug trade and human trafficking associated with the folks who are participating in these organized retail crimes. The prosecutors are concerned about the hurdle in establishing the intentionality, and I think I can't explain it any better than was already laid out here. Often we heard that it's being used as simple theft. I will point out one example that is in line with one of the recommendations outlined is that California, actually, I shouldn't speak off script, but one state just changed their law to extend that time frame on which multiple thefts are considered an organized retail theft. And so we do have some examples of other states who have implemented some of the similar changes that have been proposed to try to capture the fact that if someone is making multiple thefts over a period of time, it is part of a organized effort and not just someone who's stealing to, potentially get baby formula to feed their family. This is actually part of an organized effort. And then the last is just our point of contact. That is not me, that is Russell Gallahan. He is our manager who's overseeing this effort. And so if anyone has any feedback they'd like to provide or wants to reach out for more information, that's his contact information there, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Senator Huffman?
Yeah, just a couple of questions, and anyone can answer these questions, because it's just sort of a general question, and I'm just curious about it. Because some of this I hear sort of anecdotally, and I'm not sure, but I think what I've heard over and over again is that in some of these offenders, and maybe the DPS captain has some specific examples of this, is we have a lot of repeat offenders. They are charged with a simple theft. They're it's a nonviolent offense, so they get out probably on a pre-trial release. Reoffending. So is, in y'all's opinion, is that part of the problem? Is that there's just this revolving door? No one's making any attempt to look at, wow, this person's been arrested for theft 10 times in the last 2 months, and then they're released and then they go back to their activities. Is that part of the problem? Anybody can answer. I see a lot of shaking heads, but and maybe, Captain, I'm wondering if you could, because you had specific cases, do you follow some of your cases to prosecution and kind of see what how they're sentenced and what they get and where they go and so forth?
Our field special agents would do that. They see that all the way through the end of prosecution. I don't normally see that end of it at headquarters.
Right.
But yes, we do track that, and we do report that back in our reporting system.
I bet, Jennifer, you could probably help me with this a little bit. I know, and I'm sure the biggest offender is Harris County. I'll just say it. So, and they were, what did you say, number two in the nation for this? Number 3. Oh, excuse me. Well, look at us.
Well, we must try harder, obviously.
But I know this is a big question. It's probably something you really need to dig into. I'm pretty sure Como County is not the big offender here. No, I didn't think so. But can you help me with this? Please don't be shy about this.
Sure. So one of the cases I mentioned, we actually charge it as engaging in organized criminal activity because it bumped the punishment level. In this particular case, the group hit a Grand Prairie target, stole $45,000, Hearst target, $30,000. Austin tried an Austin and a Georgetown one, weren't successful in getting in there. Houston target stole $30,000. A second target in Tomball stole $55,000. Then they went to Balcones Height, $40,000. San Antonio, and within about an hour and a half of hitting San Antonio, they came to New Braunfels. They were going to hit our target. We had a bunch of employees that were there, so they went next, kind of in the same shopping area, to a movie theater, hit the movie theater. Out of all of those, there was one county who prosecuted any of these individuals for this offense.
See,
But I will tell you, on bond conditions, the individuals of this, there were several that were able to bond out almost immediately, even with hellacious criminal records. And they have so much access to money that's not normally taken into consideration when you're setting bond.
Right.
Because we're typically looking at the defendant and the defendant's family assets, where I don't know half of these guys had random aliases like Pooh Bear and you name it.
Yeah. So, but the point is, we can sit here and we can write new laws and we can enhance penalties and we can do all this stuff. But at the very local level, if they're not, again, I'm not blaming the prosecutors necessarily, But if they're not following through, if the judges aren't taking the time or the magistrates to look at the criminal histories, that there's not a concerted effort to care about what's going on in our communities, then it's kind of fruitless.
Well, the thing that was mentioned by some of our other officers on this panel is the collection of data. And so part of what helped us in that is law enforcement's work with Target, for Target to be able to do internal searches to see the patterns. Your standard officer that's going to respond to a call for service, they're not going to know that intelligence. And so it does come to a training issue, because we need to see the patterns that businesses are seeing for prosecutors to not just receive that simple theft, but see the actual organized criminal activity. Sorry.
The other issue, Senator, is call volume and capacity and the threat and risk matrix that police departments are evaluating when that information is coming in. So oftentimes, this is going to come in as a theft one in custody. It's going to be a lower priority call. It's going to be constantly challenged by other priority calls coming in. You have business fatigue that takes place because of an extended or prolonged response time for those calls. And so you have bond issues, you have a lack of information sharing, not because of an unwillingness, but as the prosecutor laid out, it's just frankly not available at that point in time. And then you have business fatigue that, am I going to tie up resources to wait 3 hours for a police officer to come for a theft that arguably is going to be a citation at the point in time that they arrive? Because presently, as these are addressed, they're being addressed under the theft statute, not congruent with the organized crime issue.
Right. So in some jurisdictions, they actually just cite them. They don't even take them into custody on a.
Well, if it's a theft under $100, that's a citation offense. And so if you have, let's say, a takeover where you have 25 individuals enter into a convenience store and they all steal something, they all leave, presently the citation pathway is the pathway that is most utilized.
Well, that's part of the problem. And even if they are taken into custody, let's say, it's a misdemeanor amount, then they're going to be in and out very quickly and probably right back on the street and back into the organized nature of the activity, correct? So how do we fix this? I mean, I think that's what our charge is. I think, Senator, I didn't mean to keep talking.
Please,
Give up the floor.
please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the picture that I get is that we really have to reorganize and redo all the retail theft statutes and set up a structure so there'll be coordination and collection of data and the training. And we're really talking about not just making any minor changes, but focus on this retail theft crime. Most people think it's just somebody shoplifting, but it's more than that. I've seen videos where people just break into jewelry stores and stuff the pockets and get out, and there's gangs. But also you have transportation issues, where you have actual organized crime pick up from a Kmart or Walgreens or even other stores. They have TVs and electronics and load them up into their trucks, and they take them to the border. They just busted a organized crime group down in the Rio Grande Valley. One of my main concerns is that if we don't address this and take strong action, if you look what's happening in Mexico, just along the border, you have a lot of the retail stores are being shut down and closed because of retail crime. So we don't want, and somebody testified a while ago that many of the stores were serving certain neighborhoods, and yet the profit is not there because of the large losses that they're taking because of organized retail theft. So I mean, I guess the district attorney, Ms. Tharp, you made several recommendations. I would appreciate just to provide us a copy of your testimony as to some of the issues dealing with prosecution. In last session, I think we passed the Racketeering Act. With Chairman Flores was the main author of that. Doesn't that help at all in trying to identify some of these groups of being organized crime and involving racketeering under the elements that were set out in the Racketeering Act? I know it's brand new, but I mean, it's something, it is an issue.
So I think that each session we get great legislation that we look at. And I think what you hear and what you'll hear not just from this panel, but from some of your other panels is making sure that when the case is being investigated by law enforcement, we're seeing the total impact. Best analogy I can give you is an iceberg. What law enforcement right now is receiving on these cases is just what's above the water level, where when it comes to organized retail theft, they're so much below the surface. And I would submit to you, some of that is that the businesses, the tracking of data, the similarities, it goes cross-jurisdiction. The case I mentioned, it was multiple jurisdictions in Texas, but not only Texas, this same group was hitting several targets also in Florida and in California. So it's a big organized conspiracy aspect. The racketeering could help, but at the end of the day, I don't know that that is the best way to truly attack retail theft, because racketeering can be more than retail theft. So I would submit to you, I do think we need to completely redraft retail theft statute. One thing that was mentioned also, and is real issues, are the threats and the violence towards the employees are just innocent customers. We did a punishment hearing yesterday where the employee was threatened with a taser. The professional thief went in with a taser to be used if necessary. And there are a lot of employees that are being told, don't engage. Your life is not worth the value of whatever this merchandise that's being taken. So I think the other important thing, too, from law enforcement is most of these situations, when the offenders run, they take off in a vehicle, and now we're endangering whoever is on the road. Our local law enforcement was chasing after some thieves, and they're trying to box the vehicle in, and they see in the back seat of the vehicle a car seat with a child in it. Obviously, they pulled back. So there are real people, and there is a very dangerous aspect to this. It's not just about dollar and cents.
Well, and the issue with bonds, we really need to increase the punishment, for lack of a better word, on retail theft. Right now, as someone pointed out, it was just first-time offenders, or at least it looks like they're first-time offenders, but they're actually gang members that use fake IDs, false information, and the judge doesn't know. And there's been a problem on other cases too, where there's violence, where we change the statute and allow the judge to have more information as to who was that person in front of the judge to make a better informed decision on the bond to set in the event that there was a record criminal history of violence. I think Chair Huffman carried the legislation. And so we do pass legislation that we think is going to be effective at that point in time. What happens is that criminals figure out a way to find the loopholes, to find little cracks they can get through. So we have to come back and again plug those cracks and those holes. And for us, that's what we're looking at this coming session, to address this very serious issue of retail theft. But thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think just the first 43 minutes of this hearing tells everybody just how big of a problem this is. And so I want to, thank the chairman for putting this up, and obviously the Lieutenant Governor as well. Now, Jennifer, I want to go over this one example, okay, because I didn't quite catch the origin point of the gang. It was somewhere in DFW?
No, actually, Houston.
Oh, actually, of course, it's Houston.
Sorry.
We obviously are trying harder here. Now, here's the problem. We're not trying to get these people to the punishment phase. See, that's the problem with all of this, okay? And Senator Hinojosa is right. If you got people that are shuttering businesses down in Mexico, but they're shuttering businesses in San Francisco. They're shuttering businesses all because they can't afford a storefront anymore if it's going to be smashed and grabbed. Now, okay, so they went from Houston. They went to run, because I also want to know how much time it took for them to do this, okay?
Sure.
They hit Houston and then take us down their spree.
So March 4th, Grand Prairie, Target, 3:45 a.m., stole $45,000. 2 days later, March 6th, Hearst Target, 4:26 a.m., 30,000. March 13th, Austin Target, 1:54 a.m., were not successful getting any money. They were hitting the safes at all the different targets. Same day, three hours later at 4:26, hit a Georgetown Target, were unsuccessful. 2 days later in Houston, Target at 3:15 a.m., stole 30,000. March 19th, Tomball Target, 3:12 a.m., 55,000. April 7th, Balcony Heights Target, 4:28 a.m., 40,000. April 18th, San Antonio Target, 4:06 a.m., were unsuccessful in that one. Went from the San Antonio Target to New Braunfels same morning. So 4:06 is San Antonio, 6:30 a.m. is when the alarm hit at the cinema. They had been driving around casing our Target, but there were too many employees that had showed up to work early. And so they went to the Creekside where they saw no vehicles and hit that.
Okay, so that's, I guess roughly $200,000.
215,000.
Yeah, right, that's right. And now, okay, so I'm going to submit a couple things for the panel and for the senators to consider. One, which clearly this is organized activity because they're transplanting these people with aliases from state to state. So we've got interstate retail theft, really what's underway here, okay? And international, quite frankly, because I'm sure these gangs are crossing the border back and forth, okay? Now, I think we can ratchet up, the statute and really go for some substantial penalties. But I'm just going to make a blanket statement because I've got a good DA here who's actually doing something. And that ain't happening in all 253 other counties. And I'm losing my patience, okay? Because we've already passed the Sanctuary Cities Bill. And if we have to pass a Sanctuary Cities Bill for retail theft, that means if people don't do their job, we're going to do it, okay? Because this can't happen. Because what will happen is the businesses will go away, okay? And in Texas, we pride ourselves on being open for business. We were open for business in COVID. We're open for business, okay? Well, this is a good, surefire way to get businesses to close their stores. Because, look, I mean, here's what we don't know. We don't know how many times these businesses have been hit in the same year. How much money did they lose, okay? What's their insurance rate now, okay? How many employees said, I'm done, I quit, I can't handle it, okay? And look, she was a great criminal judge. Here's another word out there. The criminal judges better start following the law because that's the real problem here. We are not getting people to the punishment phase and getting these people off the street. So I'm going to, I'll volunteer right now, Mr. Chairman, to write a Sanctuary Cities bill that says DAs and judges must do their job or we'll get somebody else to do it. Because that's what the problem here is. And I want everybody to hear it. I'm done with this, okay? Not just because of this particular problem. We are ignoring, since COVID, we have allowed this to go literally from coast to coast. Not just retail theft. Also, we're looking the other way. And then the police come and say, we don't have enough resources to chase all this. And part of the problem is, even if they chase them, we've got people that will let them out like popcorn. So, word of the wise, get on board, or are you going to get legislation that's going to make you get on board? Because the citizens of Texas are through with people that won't prosecute criminals. Because that's what's wrong here. We don't go to the punishment phase anymore. In fact, they're not even cited anymore. We don't even get them booked anymore, okay? They don't go to trial anymore. And this is it's just a corkscrew into the ground of what will happen to the state's, business reputation, and people are going to get hurt, not just tased. Same thing happened, and Senator Huffman knows this, and so does the chairman and Senator Hinojosa. Same thing happened when catalytic converters got out, theft got out of range, and we ended up with a dead deputy in Houston that finally got the everything galvanized. Okay. And I'm not waiting for a dead customer. I'm not waiting for a dead employee. We're going to file this legislation. I hope everybody takes it to heart. And I'm not going to hear any things about, some quite frankly, leftist progressive woke ideology that means nothing to keeping people safe from repeat criminals. Sorry. But this just makes me just so angry to hear this. All right, she's with me. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Betancourt. And thank you all for being here. And as we address any issue like this, first of all is uncovering, letting people know in the state as a whole that it is a big issue. It's a quality of life issue. It's an economic issue, and it's ultimately costing each and every one of us money. So it's not just about corporations losing money, but a lot of times those costs get passed on to the consumer. But it's about, as Senator Hinojosa pointed out earlier, a lot of in areas, in the inner city or in rural Texas where we're trying to do business. I was speaking to my feed store owner there in my small town, Pleasanton, Texas, and he was, being defrauded and using with credit card theft. And he's talking about, $1,000 worth of feed, and this goes going on, every week. And you exponentially go across the state from the small feed stores to the chain stores to mom and pop grocery stores trying to operate in the neighborhoods, and they have to close down because of this. It's a quality of life issue as well as an economic issue. So we really appreciate everything that you do. I understand that what you're saying about coordination of our resources, such as they are. You all are still fighting out there, and there's still people like prosecutors. There's still state agencies. There's still officers out there in Texas that are still going to keep up the fight. What we want to do is to be able to not to move the needle significantly again, where this type of environment in Texas is the most uninviting place in the country, so you can engage in this. But as I heard earlier, and I've kind of seen this before, criminals are going to go where the path of least resistance. That's just like any other, I don't want to use that word, but like any, they're going to go where they can maximize their efforts. I mean, their business is crime, and their business is making money without get the least chance of getting punished, as Senator Betancourt is saying. So 2% is what we're catching. So that means if you're going to engage in this business, that you're going to be 98% successful, that you're not going to get caught, and you're going to make a lot of money. And I've seen criminal enterprises like that in my experience, where they engage in those enterprises because when they're 98% chance they're not going to get caught, and then the 2% chance it's very difficult to prosecute those that do get caught. So it actually makes it quite profitable and not very high risk. And so why wouldn't they do it? But the end result is, and why we're here, and why I appreciate what you do and your recommendations, is so that we can change that around and make it where 98% of them get caught and get prosecuted and make it unprofitable. And that's not to say that those criminals are not going to try something else, but we don't want them to do it here. And so I want to thank you all very much for your recommendations. We need to know what you think. We need, for those that are listening to this committee hearing, to understand what the impact of this is. For those that we understand that our system is being overwhelmed across the board, our criminal justice system. But any way that we can do to make that more effective and efficient, to reach the end goal of making Texas safer, which is what we all want, is what we're here for. So we won't want to give up the fight, but we want to find a different way to fight, and to get ahead of what's I think, and I know what my colleagues probably know, and you all as well, that criminal justice and crime in the next 10 years will probably be front and center. And the richer we get, 8th largest economy in the world going to the 7th, it makes for a happy hunting ground for those that want to victimize us. So it takes those of us like yourselves and like us and people in this room and those listening to be able to stand up and say no to that and do it effectively. Thank you very much for coming and testifying.
May I say one thing really quick?
Please.
I just want to say thank you to the Lieutenant Governor's office and Chair Huffman. SB 22, the rural law enforcement funding, was a game changer. I can try to go after aggressively and prosecute cases if I have people. And that rural law enforcement funding has helped me staff my office with a team to fight these offenses. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Could I make a
Yes, please.
because I don't want people.
Chair recognizes Senator Huffman.
Chairman Flores, thank you so much for giving me just a second. Unfortunately, I have to leave because I have a prearranged meeting with the House on boards of review, which got 50 people waiting in a room. But I didn't want anyone to take me leaving as a disinterest in the other subjects that are coming on up. Most importantly, the backlog on the rape kits. And I just want to say, because I have, as a prosecutor, I've worked with rape victims. We've tried very hard to be sensitive to this issue. In January of 2019, the DPS Crime Lab had 4,800 untested kits that were backlog. We provided $51 million in the 86th, and we adopted a budget rider saying, basically, this has to be done. You must prioritize it. They did. And we continued the efforts in the 87th and the 88th by matching the funding that we had given previously. The good news is by December of 2022, DPS reported it had completely cleared the backlog, and it tested 812 kits from local entities in that year and anticipated testing 400 more. So we will increase that. It will continue to be a priority. I think you're going to hear today that there's some local issues that are still out there. So my pledge is we will work with the locals. If it needs more trained people, if we need to work with higher ed to see how we open up and get more forensic testers trained, we will work with you on that. We will work with the locals to get this done. It is a priority of this legislature. It's a bipartisan priority. We've all worked together on this, and I know I can speak for the legislature, or the Senate anyway, and I believe that the House too, as a priority. So I just wanted to make sure that was said publicly before I snuck out, and didn't want anyone to think I wasn't interested in that subject. So,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
all right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Well, our second panel to provide detail on the extent of the retail theft problem from the business perspective will be John McCord, Executive Director of the Texas Retail Association, Barry Conlon, the CEO of Overhaul, and Hector Leal, President of the Organized Crime Retail Association. Y'all can please step forward.
Mr. Chairman, could you call roll while we're here?
Yeah,
So you can get a quorum?
yeah,
That's right.
if you want one.
Call the roll.
Senator Flores,
Present.
Senator King, Senator Betancourt,
Present.
Senator Hinojosa,
Present.
Senator Huffman,
I'm here.
Senator Miles.
Quorum is present. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
So we'll go from my left to your right as we start. And please state your name and who you represent, and speak directly into the microphone so we can hear you.
Absolutely. Chairman Flores and members of the committee, my name is Hector Leal. I'm a senior investigator, organized retail crime with CVS Health. I'm also serving and speaking to you today as the president of Texas ORCA, which is Texas Organized Retail Crime Association. Our organization is comprised of over 3,800 members, consisting of organized retail crime investigators as well as law enforcement from all levels, local, state, and federal, and all for the sole purpose and partnership to fight organized retail crime here in the state of Texas. As a native Texan, thank you for allowing me to speak today and on this growing threat of organized retail theft and the impact that it has on retailers, employees, and consumers, along with the real harm retail organized theft has on our communities in this great state. Recently, you may have seen in the media multi-million-dollar cases in which criminal enterprises have been dismantled in cities and small towns across the United States. These organizations are comprised of networks of professional thieves, illegal fencing operations, and illicit online sellers that span across multiple states to include Texas. Stolen products recovered in some of these cases were directly linked to violent retail crime throughout the United States and here. This type of organized retail criminal activity is consistent with the retailers and law enforcement face here in Texas every day. Texas plays a significant role of this national landscape of organized retail theft. These criminal networks have set up in Texas where they warehouse, they clean, and repackage stolen merchandise for the sole purpose of distribution. According to Retail Industry Leaders Association in 2022, Houston was deemed as the third largest hub of organized retail crime, and Dallas ranking 9th and growing. We have several multi-million-dollar cases resolved in Texas just this year alone, as DPS had mentioned earlier. In addition, we're working on several investigations in which the workload is huge. We also have examples of professional thieves being arrested and sought out daily, many of whom are traveling our state corridors that are very easily accessible to go up north, go up east, and also go west, and for the specific purpose to steal mass quantities of merchandise for retail, primarily on popular online marketplaces. Our organization applauds the introduction of the INFORM Act, allowing investors or investigators to obtain information on suppliers of these identified illegitimate online sellers. But now action is needed. It's needed for the consequences of this unlawful activity. In addition, transnational crime, as mentioned earlier by one of the senators, is recruiting people specifically for the purpose to come in and steal mass quantities of merchandise from our retailers. Organized retail theft has infiltrated our legitimate supply chains, in which improper handling of sensitive product is endangering unsuspected Texans every day, from the criminal to the mouths of our families. Law enforcement agencies across the state and retailers have resolved several of these cases in which involve guns, drug, money laundering, global terrorism, and now labor trafficking. These criminal syndicates are growing more sophisticated, more violent, and more entrenched in our communities. It's not always apparent to see the hidden growing impact that this criminal activity has on our economy, in which public employee and product protection and the cost of incorporating effective security has negatively impacted our customer experience and our Texas trade. Texas Organized Retail Crime Association, retailers, and law enforcement officers applaud the recent steps taken by numerous state attorney generals and governors, such as Florida, Oklahoma, and California. They're making significant investments to combat organized retail theft by establishing task forces, changing penal codes, and enhancing penalties to help reduce the violence and make more difficult for these dangerous organizations to operate in our businesses and in their communities. Texas ORCA also offers the same support and partnership to the citizens of Texas. Chairman and committee members, I have on packet number 3, page 3 of your packets, some examples that we have already shared with the State Comptroller's Office. As mentioned, Align Texas and other federal state legislation aim to reducing organized retail theft by providing resources designated to a task force here in Texas like other states have done. We recognize that Texas DPS, Department of Public Safety investigators, specifically and solely to support this actual task force would be significant for the state of Texas due to the fact that they can cross jurisdictions, which are often hindering investigations and prosecution. In addition, we'd like to see the resources to go to allocated officers, investigators for Dallas, Houston, Austin, and South Texas. And in fact, we actually gave a model of the TFCI, which is Texas Financial Criminal Investigations Center, which has a perfect example of modeling where they do have designated resources for this specific purpose. And then on top of that, actually having the software to gather this information that can actually share intel with other agencies, along with the support needed to fight this day-to-day crime in which retailers face every day. The second point is to strengthen our statute for Texas. Penal Code 3116, as mentioned earlier, needs to be revamped, in fact, rewritten. In fact, many of the board members on Texas Orca has rewritten policies and procedures and bills that are being looked at, for example, Oklahoma, where engaging charges are equivalent right now in the state of Texas to penal codes of theft. So a lot of prosecutors are going for the simple route instead of engaging, and including we need to enhance these charges. This is not simple theft. These acts that are being committed, as shown earlier, need to be escalated where there's a cause and effect to the criminals that are impacting our retailers in Texas every day. For example, the threshold for felony is $2,500, which also needs to be considered in this bill. Lastly, I'd like to talk about enforcement officers and prosecutors and training and education on organized retail theft. Some of the examples is a 1-hour presentation to new academy class. A lot of people see organized retail theft officers as simple theft, victimless crimes, interdiction courses. In fact, utilizing Texas Orca, for example, to actually educate quarterly or annual meetings. Last week, the Texas Department of Public Safety hosted a 3.5-hour briefing of organized retail crime and the impact that it has on Texas. Texas Orca was proud to actually conduct that 3.5-hour course with over 175 officers and retailers to illustrate what organized retail crime was and the penal codes that we're facing with of how to handle those types of situations. These are just some of the examples that we wanted to share today. Chairman Flores and members of the committee, we appreciate your leadership in this issue and the entire committee's commitment to addressing organized retail theft. And thank you for letting me testify today. In the packet that was given to you, there was a question earlier by one of the committee members as far as case examples. And mentioned earlier by Chief Johnson, what does that look like? If you look at your packets, I think in page 1 and 2 will give you the examples of these cases in which traveling boosters are armed and dangerous with multiple thousands of dollars worth of merchandise. They say that a professional booster can take $2,000 within 2 minutes, and we're actually seeing the evidence of that. In addition, on the last pages, we actually put maps, heat maps, of the targeted areas that these criminals have offended across the United States, including Texas. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Barry Conlon. I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Overhaul, based in Austin, Texas. You can tell it's my native land, East Texas. I've been here for about 20 years. I've been operating this environment of risk management, particularly as it relates to supply chain, for the 24 years here in Texas. As I mentioned, Overhaul is headquartered here. We're a global operation, but I work on behalf of the shipper, and the shipper in this case, many cases, is the owner of the product as it's moving. With respect to my other colleagues who are talking about when it gets to the retail store, I'm talking about everything that happens before that. So particularly from a full truckload standpoint, we're talking about product that is moving in vast quantities in very complex supply chains. There's a lot of risk occurs in that supply chain, but I want this committee to know that the owners of the products are investing millions, in many cases tens of millions of dollars, in making sure the product gets to its destination intact and on time. So they are really taking this as a very serious threat, and they are doing a lot about it. Companies that we represent, probably in about $1.4 trillion in trade value that's in our platform at any one time, would be companies that are operating on a global scale, but they have particular problems as it comes to that kind of as freight is getting towards its destination, or as it's moving through these kind of what we call handshakes. If it's Chief Johnson mentioned something about through BNSF when it's moving from road to rail, rail to road, sea, air, very very complex. A lot of kind of stop starts, and freight when it stops is freight at risk. But there are organized groups that are operating against us. They are very structured. They are very active. There are bands that are roaming the country at any one time. They're doing significant amount of research to understand what it is they want to target. So it's not just theft of opportunity. They're actually going after certain products, and they're typically the ones that are most attractive to what we call people that operate now in kind of the grey markets, not necessarily the black markets. And that basically means that our shopping behaviours have changed, particularly since COVID. And a lot more people are willing to accept online deliveries. That's, for a criminal organisation, just like a legitimate organisation, is the increase in demand. So their job is to supply that demand. So it's kind of, it's a kind of a crime that is growing rapidly. Chief Johnson mentioned the almost 50% increase in this crime in the last few years. It is getting really bad. I've got some information from the point of view of that $1 trillion in freight that we manage on each given day and what that actually means from a retail theft standpoint. But the numbers speak for themselves. Now, the number I'm quoting is $15 to $35 billion. That's a bit $10 billion range there. There are other figures that are out there. The FBI quote a much higher figure on a national scale. But, you know, for every dollar stolen, it doesn't mean that dollar is a one-for-one impact. It's a lot more. For the owners of these products to replace it, it could be as much as a $3 because they have to expedite that shipment. So there's additional costs going in. But the big problem in today's day and age, particularly for fragile supply chains, is it's almost impossible to replace it once it's stolen. It's the replacement value is the biggest impact. And that's why you're seeing the impact on the shelves in some cases. Some targeted products that are very popular, and now somebody will not question it if it arrives to their door through maybe the regular doorbell means and it's there in your porch. You're not going to question it. And unfortunately, it's not just electronics. You can see as we go through the presentation, we talk a little bit about the different products that are actually being targeted. But it's starting to get popular now that people are realizing that there's a problem here, and it's called a silent crime. And the reason why it's called a silent crime, in most cases, you're dealing with law enforcement, local law enforcement agencies or state law enforcement agencies where the crime may have occurred in a different state, but it's driven across that border. And now, like, how do I prove? We've had situations where we've actually stopped multi-million-dollar loads in a full truckload. And the state police have actually, they're holding an individual. They have not arrested him because there isn't a reported theft in the system that they would need to actually go and arrest that individual. So timing is a big issue. Criminals are taking advantage of the fact that they can move across jurisdictions quickly. And then you ask yourself, is there even going to be an investigation, never mind a follow-on from law enforcement? So it is a theft, huge return for the criminal organisations and very little downside. And the downside is what we're here to talk about today, because I agree with everything Senator Bettencourt said earlier. Like, if we don't have the actual strong penal code that actually punishes this, I'm going to show you evidence of where you did have a state legislature really come down hard on this, and what the criminals is a balloon squeeze. They've moved to a different area. So, you know, they are just going to look at the landscape and figure out where it is better to do this crime. The big problem with Texas is, just like I'll show you in some other states, you know, you're dealing with, you know, a global and also a national issue. And you'll see we score, let me just show you this one straight away. We score second to California, which in this case, Senators, I think it's a good thing to be beaten by California when it comes to actual theft. But a lot of things have happened because of this. You see significant amount of investment going into infrastructure around supply chain in Texas, #1 in the nation. A lot of companies are coming to Texas, just like a lot of companies went to California. A lot of those companies now are leaving California and coming to Texas. I'm not saying they're moving because of cargo theft. They're moving for other reasons. It's a combination of this. But I tell you one thing, cargo theft, weak laws, just makes it a little bit easier to make that move. So you don't want to be caught in that position. I mean, as I say, it's every state, particularly where there's high concentrations of populations. It's like, you know, Dillinger said, like, you know, why do you rob banks is where the money is. It's the same with cargo theft, as you come to where it is and you take advantage of a weak system that's going to allow you continuously repeat offend without any danger of, you know, if you steal or go into a bank and, you know, you put a gun, you might get 14,000 based on cash limits and all the other things that the community has done to actually make that a very bad proposition for a criminal. You could steal $1 million in cargo theft. It's very difficult for a law enforcement officer to actually prove when he's looking at product, has that been stolen? So they play on that vulnerability, and without actually knowing the detail. Now, we work very closely with all law enforcement agencies around the globe, but have a great relationship with DPS and Dallas PD. Dallas is one of the #1 locations for this, unfortunately, followed closely by, well, not closely by Austin, but almost 70% is Dallas and Austin. The reason for that is that's where the concentrations of warehousing is. That's where the criminals will go, because you know when the freight is stopped, it's vulnerable and they're going to strike. So when they do that, you know, when you have a situation where in most cases the criminal is going to probably make bail. Now that could be for a multi-million-dollar theft. It's not seen as a people crime, it's a property crime. And it's not high on the priorities in some jurisdictions. And in some cases where it is, where we can actually share with law enforcement, we've worked directly with Dallas PD, particularly because there's a gang that's very active up there, organized gang. We're giving them all the information they need on the product, the fact that it's legitimately should be here, it's not there, here it is here, and we actually let law enforcement interdict it while it's in a theft state, moving to a location the criminal has chosen to actually disperse that product. They're really good at logistics, these guys. They could do a class on logistics. And they're targeting what they want to take. They've already got a buyer, and they're moving it quickly through a legitimate system in some cases. So it's very hard for law enforcement to actually find when we help that because we can actually see it in real time. We're helping them interdict it. Let's stay where you are. It'll be there in 5 minutes. Arrest them. And that's what happens in a lot of cases. But it's very difficult for the law enforcement that guy goes to arraignment, he's granted bail. He is literally back out doing that theft the same day or the next day. And that's the problem, is that these companies are spending, the shippers are spending millions of dollars in trying to counter this. Their skin is in the game, not just with their product, but what they're trying to do to prevent it. But the problem is, it's just a washing machine. These guys get washed out all the time, and they're back out doing it again. Criminals are suddenly realizing, like, if I rob a bank in Texas, I might get shot. Could be someone standing beside me with a gun and shoots me. You know, like it's a dangerous affair, and I might get a very low amount of dollar value return on that. They're looking at that risk return scale. In cargo theft, I don't know why some of these guys are operating in a retail environment where they're getting these small amounts. Target the $1 million load that is left running in a truck stop, or has been told by its delivery destination that we can't take you for 2 or 3 hours, so it sits outside in a vulnerable state. They step in Texas it's hot. They don't turn off the vehicle. You literally step into it. These organized gangs will step in, and some of these gangs are using these ill-gotten gains for really, really dangerous things. It's like organized criminal activity. Some of it's sponsored offshore. You know, I don't want to offend anybody by saying that, but it's a fact. These gangs operate, and their monies are going elsewhere to fund other, even more serious crimes. And they just feel it's basically taking candy from a kid. And that's really what we're talking about here, is that, you know, when you look at, you know, what other states have done successfully, they've really, really, like, I'll call out Georgia. Georgia have done a really good job in making this crime pay. The theft rates in Georgia have gone down. Balloon squeeze, they're going to other states where they can still access this thing. And as I mentioned to you, and I showed in the other slide, Texas is #1 investment. There's a lot of companies are coming here, a lot of freight's coming here. It is one of the most important transatlantic nodes from a state level anywhere on the planet. And that for a criminal means a target of opportunity. So if we can just kind of nip that kind of easy kind of risk reward kind of scenario that the criminals are engaged in, and just, you know, make this crime pay, it will have an impact. It's been proven to have impacts elsewhere. And that's, I appreciate all the work the committee is doing and actually making that a reality. And thank you for all your hard work. I appreciate it.
Good morning. John McCord with the Texas Retailers Association. Here in Texas, the retail industry is the largest employer by industry, employing about 3 million people across the state. Additionally, we also serve a fairly significant role as a revenue generator for the state, but in addition, we're also responsible for more than $90 billion in direct individual income to your constituents. Now, just like every other major industry that comes up here and sits at this table, we are not without our challenges, which is why we're here talking about organized retail crime today. Rather than repeat the last hour and 20 minutes or so of explanation of how organized retail crime works and kind of the logistics side of it, I want to highlight a couple of terms that are used interchangeably a lot when talking about this, and that's organized retail crime and organized retail theft. Both are accurate. Both describe the criminal activity itself, but there is an important distinction between those two terms. Organized retail theft is the statute established in the penal code that covers the actual theft itself. However, when you hear the Retail Association talk about it, our retailers and most of the folks there on the first panel that were up here, you hear the term organized retail crime a lot more than theft. What we found is that the crime rarely begins or ends with the actual act of theft. Instead, every time there is an occurrence of ORC within one of our stores, there are ancillary crimes and risks around that incident. For instance, that could be our employee safety who are at risk, customer safety are at risk. Oftentimes, it includes significant property damage to the location. A recent study by the National Retail Federation showed that retailers say incidents are increasingly aggressive and violent by an 80% threshold. I only highlight that point to ensure that everyone understands today that we're talking about career criminals who are engaged in theft for greed and not a one-off individual who is engaged with theft for need. With that said, one of the things that I have learned coming up here over the last few sessions is that you never come up with and talk about a problem without offering some solutions. So as we start to talk about some solutions, I want to start by saying, as we've covered significantly and extensively, and y'all have pointed out, this is not a simple problem with a silver bullet. This is a complex issue, and there's no one piece of legislation that y'all can pass that's going to address this and make it go away. That said, next session, TRA will be advocating on really 5 different areas to help retailers combat ORC across the state. The first goes directly to Jennifer's testimony earlier, and that is the ORT statute currently in the penal code is relatively useless. We need an entirely new statute that is effective for retailers, law enforcement, and prosecutors alike. As Jennifer mentioned, we've been working together to craft a strong enforceable statute, and while there's still work to be done, I anticipate being able to bring you all something that is agreed upon by stakeholders and that will actually be effective when utilized across the state. We'll also be working on legislation to create an ORC task force within DPS akin to the advisory committee created around catalytic converter theft. We've seen this be incredibly effective in other states around ORC, and the catalytic converter group here in Texas has also been effective. We believe that creating something similar for organized retail crime is absolutely essential as we go forward. The third thing we'll be working on next session goes to one of Corey's points that very little state-level data exists around ORC. Texas needs a reporting mechanism and a centralized database to collect both reported ORC incidents as well as the data on how those crimes are ultimately prosecuted to see if there is a gap or a disconnection between those two aspects. Fourth recommendation that we'll be advocating for next session deals specifically with the FTEs within DPS. Y'all were incredibly supportive on this last session. You funded 7 new FTEs, as DPS mentioned earlier, for investigators. One of the things that you heard on that first panel was the importance of being able to link crimes across jurisdictions, and in addition to having the investigators, we also need analysts within DPS looking to help us and coordinate with retailers to connect those. That way, when we have a crime that occurs in a jurisdiction where we have a DA who is favorable and who wants to go after these crimes, we're able to connect those down to that particular county. And finally, the last recommendation we'll be making is the establishment of a grant program to assist law enforcement and prosecutors' offices. As you've heard from every single witness this morning, these cases are complex, both on the investigation as well as the prosecution side. If we have departments who are interested in taking on these complex cases, we need to ensure that they have the resources that they need to succeed. Appreciate y'all being here, and I cut my testimony a little bit short just to avoid repetitiveness, but happy to visit and answer any questions y'all may have.
Mr. Chairman, can we bring Jennifer back up too with the gentleman?
Welcome.
These are good summary, recommendations. I want to go to a point that she made because you referenced her again. When you talked about Senate Bill 22, okay, and just so the audience knows, this bill flew out of here with everybody's vote on the DOS, everybody's vote in the Senate, and 139 members of the House. because everybody was committed to try to do something about the problem. Okay. Now, the state can do part of this, but I'm just going to point out something. Houston's number 3. Well, I've got a county government that is asking for 10.65% more property tax revenue before the voters go to the polls, and that brings it up to 14.65% more property tax revenue in 1 year. I submit that there's enough money in the local jurisdiction to solve this problem, but the priorities are wrong. In Harris County Court, they are defunding the homicide unit right now by $3 million. You know, the outgoing DA has been down to the court and tried to get them to change their mind, and I think they're going to restore it after she leaves office. But this is a perfect example of what's wrong with the system. So, you know, you've got it right. This is an international problem, and we are a huge, you know, A, market, B, warehouse group, and Senator Hinojosa, you know, has spent so much time on the border along with, you know, with the chairman that we know exactly where the problem's coming and where it was going. But you made a great comment about the gray market, because see, that's how fast this stuff gets recycled so quickly. And I'll give you an example, Mr. Chairman. You know, right before the storm, Governor DeSantis sent 4 gas tankers into Tampa with police escort. Now, was he really worried about the person on the freeway siphoning? Well, maybe, but that wasn't it. He's worried about, you know, a criminal gang grabbing the tanker and then showing up at some place, and how fast this gets remarketed is unbelievable. Okay. And once the money is gone, these people have tremendous money to get them out of jail, and then with multiple aliases, because we don't get them to prosecution anymore. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear that the legislature heard for the rural counties, but these urban counties, and I'm just calling out Harris County Commissioner's Court right now, they've got a tsunami of cash coming in, and that's before the public votes additional monies on a flood control or not. But even without that, they've got over 10% more money in 1 year, but they're defunding their DA. Now, Mr. Chairman, we're going to write some laws about this, because it took Sanctuary Cities bill to get people's attention that all DAs are not created equal. Well, but here's what he said that really is chilling. Okay, and I'll test my holographic memory, but you have to find a DA that's favorable to prosecution. Why isn't every DA in the state favorable to prosecution? That's my big question. Why not? And I'm not going to put up with this leftist progressive woke ideology that somehow we shouldn't do it. I'm not even trying to make this partisan. This is a fact problem in the state that has to be resolved. And, you know, Jennifer, I just want to know, because we really take this seriously, especially Senator Huffman and I, when we're looking at this, because we live in, unfortunately, the Houston area. And it just galls us that we're seeing this happen. So don't think that there's not resources there, because that property tax money is coming in to Harris County government. It is not being applied to the right place, which is law enforcement.
May I say something in response?
I figured you would have some discussion.
The only thing I'll mention is there are approximately 330 elected prosecutors, and I am proud to tell you that there is a large majority of prosecutors who are doing the job. They raise their hand to take that oath, and they take that oath really serious. We'll hear from one here shortly, Jacob from Smith County. There are a lot of really great prosecutors. I hear you. I understand it, because often I get kind of broad brush painted with other people's reputations. All I'm asking in this next session is give law enforcement, retailers, prosecutors some more tools so we can aggressively go after
And Jennifer, the prosecutors that are taking these cases are not the problem, okay? All right? You know, we would hope that they were the solution as the law intends, but, you know, if you don't file the charges or the or the DA doesn't make it a priority, or the judge won't listen to the case, okay, you could do a lot of really good work. You could have an organized, crime task force pass the information around. But because you don't have a DA favorable to prosecution, it all falls apart. So, yes, we're quite sophisticated on the granularity of this problem, okay? And the problem does not exist with the average prosecutor that's trying to do their job every day. Okay, it's their boss's boss, it's the judges, it's people not doing their job that the public elected them to do. And quite frankly, Commissioner's Court in Harris County is not doing their job because they're taking the money and they're not putting it in law enforcement. And it's not even debatable, it's a fact, and that's what is a blow your head off, mental moment here, because this is only going to get worse. It's unbelievably sophisticated. We're so past individuals having to steal for basic necessities that's so far in the rearview mirror, it's not even worth discussing.
Thank you, sir. Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess just from the testimony, it seems that this issue of retail theft is a lot more complicated dealing with cargo theft, which are pretty much similar, but different approaches. It may be that what we need is a special statute, regulatory statute for retail theft and cargo theft to be able to provide a much more comprehensive approach to identifying some of these very well-organized syndicates, as somebody said, which are very structured. And when you talk about DAs, I know many times a lot of DAs don't necessarily have make white-collar crime a priority, or they don't have the proper staffing to be able to prosecute those type of crimes. One of the things we did along the border was create the border prosecution unit and provided special funding. So we had prosecutors who focus on nothing but drug smuggling and helping the short-handed district attorney's offices throughout the border to prosecute those type of cases. So they develop an expertise. They work well with DPS and local law enforcement, including our federal partners. So it's and I think one of you all testified this is not a issue that you have a silver bullet, and you're right, it isn't. When you talk about a new statute, task force, the data problem is not uniform, so there's no data to be able to make the proper decisions and take the right approach. And what's really interesting is the warehouses. Along the border, we have a lot of warehouses, and there's a lot of theft of fuel, and also there's a lot of theft. I used the example a while ago of cargo theft, where they actually, and I forgot the name of the store, but they sell nothing but electronics, TVs, all kind of electronics, computers. So the cargo thefts are taking place. They take them down, I know, down in the valley, and put them in those warehouses. And a very large group just got arrested and busted just last week, made front page news. But all of that seems to be under the radar to the general public, and quite frankly, maybe even to the I don't know what word to use, but most prosecutors, unless it's really brought to their attention, this is a real issue, real problem that we're dealing with, and give them the proper tools to be able to prosecute some of these cases and not let them go. And I think you'll see us this coming session try to address this issue in a very detailed way, taking your feedback and your suggestions and trying to mesh them with the present statutes to make sure that you have the proper tools to go after some of these criminal gangs. And you're right, Senator Bandicourt, these are not just U.S.-born gangs. We get people from Venezuela, Cubans, we get another Romanians. So there is a group of gangs, international gangs that are coming in here to the United States and using our own technology to create fake documents, So they're very well organized. But I think this real spurs into action.
Senator Flores, if I may.
Yes.
Senator Hinojosa, I just want to illustrate that some of these sophisticated organizations, enterprises, what we call them, that are actually having warehouses at the back of their garages, storage sheds, are actually incorporating boosters, professional boosters in mass quantities, 20, 30 at a time, where they're providing this product to them, in which is being disseminated and distributed back into retail. So, and back into our families. So I understand that cargo theft is huge because just the dollar amount of one event. But this is the type of incidences that I've shared with you in your case, my case examples of it's depleting the retailers in the United States and in Texas. And my challenge is, the cost of that shopping experience that you have when you walk into one of your local retailers and what it makes you decide where you need to shop or where you need to go.
Well, not only the cost, but also the risk to employees and
Absolutely.
Customers.
Yes, sir. In many situations where enhancements are made, it's usually when one of our employees, one of our children are working at a retail store, and lo and behold, may they be pregnant and they're pushed. And we're basically being able to enhance that charge to maybe robbery or aggravated robbery because there was a violent offense. However, just looking at our laws of $2,500 and being able to, as mentioned earlier, shop around, many of the members of our board are actually having to prosecute these or try to prosecute these to find a defender or a prosecutor that will actually take the case. When theft penalties are equivalent to engaging, why go through all the trouble? They just do the simple charge or dismiss the charge or even do a plea. And this is why a lot of these same criminals are targeting us over and over and over again.
No, and the 2,500 benchmark is really too high for this type of crime. And I will say this, if you look at some of the other states, and you mentioned Georgia, we also need to look at some of those statutes where they've been more effective in trying to discourage this type of crime, and there are organized crime trying to avoid as much as possible those states with those type of statutes. So we'd like to look at that. We plan to look at that.
May I say something on the value?
Proceed.
So one of the things I think that's important when you look at the value is one of the proposals that I have on alternative manner and means is where you have more than one instance within a time period. That is the equivalent of how we have attacked domestic violence. Instead of it just being one assault bodily injury, class A misdemeanor because it's family violence, where someone has committed more than one time within a time frame that then gets enhanced up to the felony level. I would submit to you that can be done whether or not the value ladder is adjusted, because that will probably incorporate a lot of what we're talking into, because there's a real reality of whether or not adjusting the value ladder for theft would be successful, not necessarily in this chamber, but perhaps in the other one. So there's another way to perhaps skin the cat and address and attack that issue.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Go ahead, Senator.
Okay, no. Senator Hinojosa, we had some discussion of this last night between the three of us. It's very important. That's why I asked you the timeline, Jennifer, because this was clearly a gang that was moving from city to city. They were in repetitive practices. They knew what their best practices were. I hate to use that term, but they know how to knock these stores over. They go from one place to the next, and there's risk, Hector. I mean, just as soon as you get to a point where you're having to try to figure out, did I have a pregnant employee that was threatened so I can get a felony out of this? Again, we've got issues, and more importantly, I think that the chairman's clearly going to have an omnibus here of some magnitude. There's no question of that. And maybe Senator Hinojosa and I can help. Maybe do cargo, and I'll do the redistribution and the repetitive nature of this. Because, see, I'm really worried now that there's a lot of product that's going back through, because this is not just the $215,000 that she knows about. Mm-hmm. It's not even your multi-million, which I would assume is hundreds of million. Okay, I don't know what the national numbers would be, but
35 billion.
35 million. Okay,
Billion.
Billion, yeah, right. I mean, this is how fast this grows. And then when you look internationally, it's hundreds. So you're looking at so much money in the system that is trying to take and get these, get this product, take their percentage, and then even in some cases go through legitimate, remanufacturing. So one of the things that I'm thinking about as well here, listening to this, is anybody that's in a redistribution center that's clearly, bootlegging, for lack of an old term, okay? Maybe they need felony penalties too, because it's not just the perpetrator that's not going all the way to the punishment phase. It's the clandestine, organized crime business. And I guess in a moment of levity, these are ORCs, right? Is anybody a Tolkien fan? Because that's an orc, okay? And Tolkien spent well over 1,000 pages in 3 books, and basically they fought orcs, and we're still fighting orcs at the end.
That makes you the Council of Elrond.
Yeah, that I'll accept. Okay, that's right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So, Senator Hinojosa? So, to your point, Senator Betancourt, and to the panel, in these organizations, they have a process. And pretty much following and integrating themselves sometimes into the legitimate supply chain and process. Obviously, they're stealing, and then they're reselling.
Yep.
So how do you address the criminal underground marketplace?
Well, one good factor to take from that, previously, maybe 10 years ago, before COVID and before online buying became really popular, they would have probably at best got 10 cents in the dollar from a multi-million-dollar theft, which is still a good return for a criminal. But now in the world where things are moving so quickly back into the legitimate grade, it's going to work. And that return has been noticed by these guys. And that's why it's low risk. Yeah, it's probably 60%. Because it literally can, and in most cases where you're a legitimate agency and you've just had a shortage or you're really struggling to find that product because there's an empty shelf somewhere, you're probably going out in the market and buying it back. And there's one very famous case where a multi-million-dollar phone theft occurred in Miami, and most of the product was actually bought back by the victim without realizing they were actually buying back their own product that was stolen. But that's just how quickly it's moving in the what we call the grey market now. It's that demand is fueling that, and it's getting more popular.
I believe we're going to hear a little bit more about this, but again, if you, I guess simply put, if you hit that where there's that distribution, clandestine distribution center, or if it's being used as a legitimate front for these marketplaces, they have to unload this somewhere.
Well,
so by disrupting that, is there a way that you all would think that we could disrupt that part of the criminal chain, and in other words, make it harder for them to engage in the enterprise?
Right.
You see where I'm going?
Mr. Chair, honestly, it's making it more difficult for them to get their hands on the full truckload. And knowing that there's real penalties by doing that is your only hope. And that's where you start.
Yes. And we intend to.
Yeah.
And we intend to. Any more questions?
Just, Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure everybody understands the mathematics of the economics of this. Normally in a retail environment, the end profit is single digits, okay, right? Now, the problem is when the criminal element can get a 60% return on the cost, on the pricing, they have almost no cost of goods sold. I'm using the actual, Yep. And so this is, Mr. Chairman, it's a huge amount of money that goes right into a criminal enterprise, because they haven't had to make it, they haven't had to try to package it, they haven't had to try to ship it, they just stole it. And if the market, in the gray market, will bear 60% or so of the retail price, then you're going to find places, Mr. Chairman, like the person that's buying back their property unknowingly because they're buying it back and then trying to put a markup back on it and try to make that single-digit response, which was, go back to something that the public remembers when there was a big question of whether or not grocery stores were the cause of all problems of, in the universe that related to, inflation? The answer is no, because their actual profit margin is so small. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, one point to kind of the front end or back end, where do you attack, right? Really interesting where these groups are going next. And one thing we've seen up and down the East Coast over the last 12 months that's really exploded a little bit is gift card fraud. And these rings have gotten to the point where they will go and, excuse me, steal tens of thousands of gift cards, take them to a centralized location, open them, get the information off of them, then reseal them, go put them back on the same shelf that they were stolen from. Then when someone buys it, loads it, all they have to do is go and pull the money off. So it's all of that to say where they are headed, you don't necessarily have that back end to go attack. It has to be stopped beforehand. So that's part of the reason why we're focusing before the crime, rather than how to offload the product. Because if this is the problem we're dealing with today, that's the problem we're going to deal with tomorrow, and that's trying to look forward as well.
Thank you. And thank you all for your testimony, and we look forward to working with you to be able to combat this together.
Thank you.
Our third panel to provide detail on the impact of retail theft problem to businesses and the average Texans will be Jamie Bourne, Corporate Organized Retail Crime Manager for Home Depot, Chris Shadke, Major Crimes Investigations Manager for Walgreens, and Chris Walden, Senior Investigations Manager for Organized Retail Crime for Amazon. So we'll start from the left to my right, and please state your name and who you represent, and speak into the microphone so everyone can hear you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Chris Walden. I'm a Senior Investigations Manager at Amazon, and I am also a member of the Texas Comptroller's Organized Retail Crime Task Force. Amazon appreciates the opportunity to speak with you today about organized retail crime. Organized retail crime is an industry-wide issue facing all retailers, including Amazon. Amazon is directly impacted by these crimes, and organized retail crime threatens the trusted shopping experience that we have developed for our customers over multiple decades. That's why we take and advocate for a holistic approach to combating organized retail crime. At Amazon, we leverage sophisticated detection and prevention solutions across our stores and fulfillment operations, allowing us to quickly spot a range of ORC schemes like theft, cargo theft, porch piracy, and the potential resale of stolen goods in our stores. We proactively vet all sellers and products to block fraud before it ever appears on our site. And we leverage advanced technology and expert investigators. When bad actors attempt to evade those controls, we aggressively pursue legal actions against them, including referring bad actors to law enforcement and bringing lawsuits to dismantle their schemes. Here in Texas, our partnership with law enforcement has led to great results in many of these cases. But we also understand that organized retail crime is an evolving and complex problem that requires a multi-pronged and collaborative solution. A vital component of effectively combating organized retail crime is ensuring that retailers, brands, law enforcement, and policymakers all work together to make meaningful progress. In this regard, Texas is leading the way with the passage of House Bill 1826 and the creation of the Texas Comptroller's Organized Retail Theft Task Force. Amazon is proud to be a founding member of the Organized Retail Theft Task Force, and we have seen immense value in this collaborative work. We look forward to presenting our recommendations to the legislature in the upcoming annual report. We appreciate the dedication of the Texas Comptroller Glenn Hagar and his staff to oversee this effort, and we look forward to continuing our partnership in years to come. We commend the state of Texas for their efforts to combat these crimes, and we stand committed and ready to work closely with all stakeholders who share our commitment to address organized retail crime for the benefit of the entire retail industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Flores. And members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you on how the Home Depot is combating organized retail crime. My name is Jamie Bourne. I work for the Home Depot as a corporate manager of asset protection specializing in organized retail crime, covering about 190 stores in the state of Texas by the end of 2025. I also currently sit on the executive board of the Texas ORCA, and I'm currently serving as the chairman of the similar ORC Task Force Committee in Oklahoma. We have seen positive progress in our continued efforts to address the growing problem of organized retail crime, and it's important to note that the environment around this organized and brazen criminal activity is not improving, but we are seeing our initiatives working. We've made significant investments in human and technology resources. We're using increased security personnel, secured lockups, and smart shopping carts, and machine learning and data analysis tools to identify bad actors who are using the anonymity of online marketplaces. We also invite local law enforcement and elected officials, and we just recently had Jennifer in one of our stores in New Braunfels to see the technology and tactics in action and educate and build these relationships. While these online marketplaces are a great outlet for the secondhand consumer market, they also need accountability measures to drive honest and legitimate sellers' business while keeping out those criminals who repeatedly engage in organized retail crime. I'm not here to place undue blame on the online marketplace industry, as I simply believe that it is what the U.S. consumer has grown accustomed to making these purchases. Just like Home Depot has worked hard to leverage our interconnected selling world, which we have a significant online presence, the criminal actors have also turned to the online markets, and they have no more need for a middleman in many instances to move their stolen property. When you think of that traditional pawn shop model of the past, you had basically relied on foot traffic to come in, and now you can be an international organization, if not a U.S. organization. It's a great business model, but the complication comes when the merchandise being sold was obtained through nefarious means and in fact was obtained illegally in some form or fashion. When I look at the organized retail landscape in Texas, which I've been investigating in Texas for 24 years now, we also have significant issues with cargo theft. That could be part of organized retail crime. We also have significant fraud issues impacting all retailers. I know John just spoke about the gift card fraud, and when you look at the gift card fraud tampering industry right now across the U.S., I would say it's not just an East Coast issue. It's here in Texas. Burleson, Texas, about 2 months ago, made a significant arrest. We've also had arrests in Pearland, and it's not just a Home Depot problem, but it's a retail problem when it comes to these gift cards. It's spanning the entire U.S., and I think not only does this cause a loss to the customer, but it also can tarnish the brand of all of us retailers who sold the retailer who sold the card or the retailer where the card was redeemed. I primarily bring up this type of organized retail crime as it is being investigated by great detectives throughout this state, but it is also being investigated by the FCIC, which I know we'll hear from more later. But the FCIC was established originally to deal with the rash of skimming devices being placed on gas pumps. I believe this is an incredible model that can be followed here in Texas. Although Texas DPS allocated 7 special agents to work ORC over the last year, it's simply not enough. I believe, as mentioned by Hector, looking at the regional model in Houston, DFW, Austin, San Antonio, which would bring in local and federal partners and retail ORC teams, would have the greatest impact to combat organized retail crime. And I don't want to belabor any points that have already been made, but I do believe that a complete rewrite of Penal Code 3116 is necessary. We've provided suggestions along with the Texas ORCA on that, so I won't go into that. But if we're going to prosecute these people appropriately, then we're going to have the statute that says what it is. We're not talking about simple shoplifting here, and many of these individuals are involved in other criminal activities like narcotics, guns, money laundering, and even human and sex trafficking. It truly is more than a property crime. We also need to look at specifically when it comes to Penal Code 3104, which is our theft of service statute. Rental equipment in multiple retailers is being rented and then posted immediately for sale on an online marketplace. Most of the time, it's Facebook Marketplace. There should be no expectation for a retailer or law enforcement to take possession of the equipment and or arrest the subjects for theft and require a 30-day demand letter when that piece of equipment was procured from an establishment and now is being sold on an online marketplace. Thank you very much for the time to study this important issue, and I'd be happy to answer any questions at the end.
Good morning. Chairman Flores and members of the Criminal Justice Committee, thank you for letting me testify on this important issue. My name is Chris Scotti, and I'm a Major Crimes Investigations Manager for the Walgreen Company. My primary duties are to combat organized retail crime or organized retail theft in Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi, and Arkansas. I've been working ORC cases now for over 20 years, and I was a corporal with Montgomery County prior to my career at Walgreens. So currently I'm the chairman of the Gulf Coast Criminal Investigations Association, and that is a regional-based association in Houston that combats crime against the businesses within the Houston community. I also serve on the Texas ORCA as a committee member. I'm very heavily involved in it. I also helped create the LAMA ORCA, which is Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama Association, to fight organized retail crime. And the primary reason I bring this up is because it's all about creating partnerships among law enforcement and retail to fight organized retail crime. The partnerships we form are extremely impactful in investigating and prosecuting these ORC cases. As local, state, and federal agencies learn more about organized retail crime, they start forming task forces and providing law enforcement funding to combat this problem. Over the past couple of years in Texas, we've seen an increase year over year on ORC in regards to cosmetics. We also continue to see the traditional OTC products, vitamins, baby formula that we've seen in the past, but cosmetics has definitely increased for our company. The crews are targeting these products are traveling not only in Texas, but out of Texas to commit these crimes and coming back to Texas as well. We recently dismantled a multi-million-dollar fencing operation, primarily using an online platform to sell these products of both OTC and cosmetics. We've opened up other numerous investigations involving the selling of cosmetics, over-the-counter goods, using online marketplaces. And the DPS officers that have been assigned to combat this have been heavily involved in these cases, and we appreciate their support. A strategy to combat ORC or organized retail theft is to have appropriate legislation and laws that prosecute ORC, as this panel continues to mention. Not only we need proper legislation to prosecute these cases, we need the prosecutors to understand and are trained on what ORC and how it impacts our community. The state of Texas also needs a database of law enforcement to enter ORC cases in. That way a detective can enter a case and actually see if that case is currently being worked now. With that, we also need the database to track ORC cases so the state has a clear knowledge and number on how it's really impacting our state financially. Organized retail crime is not only results in substantial financial losses to our businesses, but it also jeopardizes the safety of our employees and customers. Unfortunately, there's been an increase in retail theft incidents where violence is involved, not only targeting our general merchandise, but also cash and cigarettes. Retail crime continues to be one of our top challenges facing our industry today. At Walgreens, we are focused on the safety of our patients, customers, and team members, and have programs in place to reduce organized retail theft in our stores. We also continue to partner with other retailers across the industry, as well as law enforcement, elected officials, and community leaders to improve our shrink trends. I'm excited about the work taking place here in Texas to combat organized retail crime. Thank you for your time today, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the, from the testimony, one of the key points that have been brought out is the district attorneys being able to prosecute this type of case, the training that is needed. The County and District Attorneys Association actually have training manuals on how to prosecute certain type of cases and the elements that need to prove. Maybe we can get them to, once we make some of the, what I think are needed changes in the statute this coming session, get them to do the training manual and provide a manual to each district attorney's office or county attorney's office in the state. They'll be very successful in prosecuting other type of crimes and the process to follow by doing that. But just a suggestion came to mind, when I was listening to your testimony about the needing for our prosecutors to pay more attention or at least focus more on this type of crime. Thank you.
Yeah, Senator, I agree with you 100%, and that's why the Texas Orca and the Gulf Coast Retailers Association, that's why we're engaging in these kind of training opportunities. We probably do need more prosecutors to attend them as well, but I think if we enhanced 3116 and got the right language in there and then did those trainings, then maybe we would see more people held accountable appropriately to the crimes that they're committing.
Thank you, Senator. So I guess just one comment. So you are coordinating, your associations are coordinating your intelligence with each other in industry, is that correct? So if you've got a ring hitting you and they're using the same MO and get the same product and then they're hitting you and the same, but you're different companies, are you coordinating that within the industry through your associations, or they're hitting Amazon and so law enforcement will be able to say, okay, we got the same crew hitting you, and then put together the intelligence to be more efficient in the apprehension of those people? Are you doing that?
Yes, Senator Flores, and Chris, if you want to add in, but definitely, I mean, as much as we're all competitors when it comes to selling our property, when it comes to intelligence on the criminal element, we're sharing, doing joint tactics, surveillances. I mean, I know in their world with the OTC product, I mean, there's a lot more Target, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS collaboration, obviously us and Lowe's with the power tools, but there is definitely intelligence sharing going on for sure.
And I would just add, Senator, that on top of that, there's also a form of perhaps deconfliction. If I hear, working for, Amazon, for example, somebody's looking at a certain set of behavior or conduct or suspects, and then somebody else sends in a similar request, I can actually reach out to them and say, hey, let me put you in contact with these other folks as well, and maybe together, collaboratively, there are some other ways where we can build these stronger cases while we're working together.
So what could legitimate marketplaces, internet marketplaces, do to be able to make it more difficult for these people to market their illicit product on legitimate platforms? What would be some ideas you all would say? Well, if they did this, it'll make it more difficult. May not stop it, but it'll make it more difficult, and would it be able to put some red flags for investigators to say, okay, here we go with this. This is a. So, is there any process that would come to mind, or any ideas on that?
Well, I can't speak for any of the other online marketplaces, but I know with Amazon, we are always, a good actor in this space. And the vetting process that we send our sellers through, as well as the relationships that we maintain with our sellers, again, I can't speak to any other online e-commerce marketplace, but I believe that the actions that Amazon repeatedly takes is truly leading in the industry.
Thank you. Senators, any other questions? Thank you all very much for taking the time to come here, and we look forward to working with you to be able to address this issue in the next session.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, is that where we're at right now? The chair will now open public testimony, and there will be a 2-minute time limit per person on public testimony. The clerk has a timer set to 2 minutes. And we'll signal you when time is up to wrap up your testimony. We thank you all for being here. So if we have any, do we have anybody that wishes to testify? The chair calls Kirsten Budwine from Texas Civil Rights Project and Mireya Zapata from the Lumbermen's Association of Texas. Will you please come forward? Thank you all for being here. We'll start from my left, and you have 2 minutes. Say your name and who you represent.
Greetings, members of the committee. My name is Kirsten Budwine, and I'm a policy attorney at the Texas Civil Rights Project. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public testimony on the committee's charge regarding organized retail theft. My testimony today is meant to add context to the broader claims made by national retail lobbyists and retailers which have sparked the widespread panic over organized retail crime, or what Texas refers to as organized retail theft. Anecdotes of ORC has dominated the media over the past few years. Retail lobbyists like the National Retail Federation and retailers have made claims blaming ORC for failing profits in store closures. Some of these claims have since been retracted. Unfortunately, although retracted, these unfounded claims have been the catalyst and basis for policymakers and law enforcement officials to advocate for increased criminal penalties. Most of the ORC data that has been circulating on the national level has not come from law enforcement, but from retail lobbyists like NRF. In a report released in April 2023, the NRF claimed that ORC was responsible for nearly half of the $94.5 billion in-store merchandise that disappeared in 2021. An investigation by a trade publication revealed that the NRF used faulty data and that the organized groups are likely responsible for only 5% of missing merchandise, not nearly 50% as NRF initially claimed. NRF has since retracted this claim from its 2023 report. I'm going to skip over some stuff because I thought I had 3 minutes, not 2. The unreliable data relied on by leading retail lobbyists and the retracted claims by some retailers underline the significant deficiencies in the availability of consistent data regarding ORC, as other people have already discussed. TCRP cautions against the proposal of increased criminal penalties for what may not be a prevalent issue in Texas. What further complicates this topic is the ORC is often conflated with petty theft. Is that my time?
Thank you for your testimony. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Flores, committee members. I'm Mireya Zapata with the Lumbermen's Association of Texas. For our members here in Texas, the frequency of these events keeps climbing. It's organized and sophisticated criminal activity. Captain Hallett mentioned Clum Lumber, one of our members that was a victim of this type of theft on Friday. It also involved one of our dealer members out of Tyler, Cassidy Jones Building Materials. Senator Bettencourt, that material from Tyler was delivered to Houston, and that is a thread that we've seen across our members. No matter where the material theft is happening, oftentimes it is going to Houston, and we're working closely with DPS to try to find the masterminds that are moving that product. And the one thing I wanted to leave you with is that the thefts that we're seeing and that we're increasingly seeing, especially over the last couple of months, is that the masterminds of this theft are not even on site, present at these lumber yards or manufacturers or distributors. I'll add another example. Dixie Plywood in San Antonio recently lost 6 truckloads of material valued at $210,000. And what's happening is that people are impersonating true legitimate customers. They're creating fake purchase orders. They're creating fake email addresses, and they're using third-party transportation companies to pick up the material and deliver it to undisclosed locations. We want to work with you to develop solutions such as centralized communication platforms, information sharing, and advocate for stricter penalties. And we know your support is crucial to protecting the Texas building materials industry and ensuring we can continue to help Texans build homes. So thank you for your time. We look forward to the partnership.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Bettencourt.
So this is, theft of, obviously of lumber.
Yes, sir.
So this is inventory that's business personal property of the organizations that are being, being stolen and then remarketed in Houston. I guess we're just going to hear it, Houston on a constant basis. And this is enormously profitable because if you can steal that lumber, especially with the shortages, especially with construction.
Yes.
So do you have any idea just even rumor of what that's going for on this on the black gray market at this point?
I'd love to bring our members that have been victims of it to share that insight with you, Senator, because it's been interesting that it's no matter where in Texas, and I get a call almost daily about these types of thefts of truckloads of materials, and that it is being delivered to warehouses along the Port of Houston and in the Harris County area, and they're assuming that it's being sold pretty quickly to other entities.
No, and I mean, again, I think it's being sold pretty quickly at a very high, to market percentage, which means it's enormously profitable.
And it doesn't mean that our members have not been immune to the types of thefts that Jennifer shared with Target. We have a lot of retail customers, and when we've seen, power tools stolen across communities in Texas. It all happens along the same time, the same type of tools. So we can share real life examples of almost any type of theft that you've heard about today from our members across the
Is
state.
Lodge Lumber or companies like that?
Yes, sir. They're one of our members. Absolutely. We have members in Senator Huffman's district with Dieter and Company and the chairman's district. Chairman Hinojosa has been to a couple of our lumber yards in McAllen. So yes.
Yeah, all real senators do go to lumberyard. Anyway, okay, so, all right, no, well, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ma'am, what's your name again?
Kirsten Budwine,
And the organization you represent?
Texas Civil Rights Project.
You need to reconsider your position. Do you discount everything that she just testified?
I do not discount it, but as other people have said before, like the data on this is just not reliable on the national level. Maybe after the committee that is doing the research right now and the report that will come out in December will say otherwise, then yeah, maybe I will change my position. But as of right now,
Good. I look
yes, sir.
forward to hearing your revised remarks
Yes.
after the Texas report comes out. All right?
Yes, sir. I'm always following the data.
That's what I want to hear, because I don't want to hear that there's an argument that's not data-based in this, okay?
We're on the same
Because the
page on
evidence,
that,
good,
sir.
because the evidence here, or at least the Texas evidence that we're collecting, is overwhelming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you all for testifying.
Thank you.
So is there anyone else that would like to provide any public testimony on this interim charge? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. Committee members, any further thoughts before we move on to the next charge? We will leave this charge pending and move to the next charge of the agenda. Chair lays out the following interim committee charge relating to financial crimes and recognizes the following individuals to provide invited testimony. Our first panel discussion will the growing problems of financial theft from a state agency, law enforcement, and prosecutorial perspective will be Adam Colby, Director of the Financial Crimes Investigation Center, Ranger Jason Ernst with the Texas Department of Public Safety, Jacob Putman, the Smith County District Attorney, and Courtney Arbor, Executive Director of the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulations. So who are we missing?
Ranger Ernst.
Ranger Ernst. Ranger's there. I don't know if we could tell he was a ranger, but there he is. So we'll start to my left and we'll go to my right, and please state your name and who you represent and speak directly into the microphone so we can hear you.
Chairman Flores, members of the committee, my name is Adam Colby. I am the director of the Texas Financial Crimes Intelligence Center. I also act as the chief investigator. The Texas Financial Crimes Intelligence Center, or FCIC, because the other one is just a mouthful, was created by the legislature in the 87th session, so we've only existed for a little over 3 years now. We act as the primary repository and coordination point for criminal intelligence and investigations related to organized financial crime within the state of Texas. We're collecting, disseminating, and housing a vast array of criminal intelligence related to organized financial crime. The FCI also has a small field investigation team that covers the state from one end to the other as necessary. The majority of organized financial crime is transnational in nature, with most of the involved subjects being foreign nationals. The center investigates and assists local, state, and federal law enforcement, as well as prosecutors across the state and the entire nation. Because of our specialization, the FCIC is the only intelligence center of its kind in the United States, and as far as I can tell, the rest of the world. And because of that, our assistance is sought out throughout Texas and the entire country. Starting in early 2023, the FCIC detected a dramatic increase in organized criminal activity targeting the Texas economy. Much of this is driven by the current situation at our southern border, to some degree the northern border. In speaking with our law enforcement partners in Europe, they stated that many of their criminals involved in these types of crimes have left Europe for the United States. When I asked why, it was unequivocally stated that they are taking advantage of the border and that the U.S. economy is a much more lucrative target.
The three major targets of these criminal organizations are the financial industry, the fuel industry, and as you just heard, the retail industry. There is actually bleed over from one to the other. The same organizations that we chase doing the financial crime are often committing frauds within the retailers as well as organized retail crimes. In all of this, the consumer, being the end user, is the ultimate victim with countless identities and card numbers stolen along the way. The trucking industry is also a victim in this, with stolen fuel being used to undercut the contract prices of legitimate drivers and companies. There is no way to accurately put a number on the losses, but considering that one fleet card issuer stated that their losses in Texas were routinely $1 to $2 million a month in Harris County alone, and one major fuel retailer stating that their loss of fuel to fuel theft alone was approaching $100 million. That's just one retailer in Texas. We can be sure that the impact is in the billions. There are numerous other examples I can provide for you, including the Justice Department stating in just 2018 that gas pump skimming alone was a $1 billion a year industry. All of these examples predate the dramatic rise that we saw in early 2023. I'll also add that just 2 days ago, in a case of ATM jackpotting, we had one small credit union, 4 terminals being hit, $400,000. Now, the FCIC is already working a case related to this. All of these examples predate that dramatic increase in 23. The amount of criminal activity related to card skimming, fuel theft, card draining, ATM jackpotting, and numerous other various fraud schemes is staggering, with a year-over-year increase of 300% starting in 2022. That number comes from FICO and is corroborated by our statistics. The majority of these crimes are committed by members of foreign national crime groups and are not tied to any specific geographic area in Texas or the United States. This makes these crimes exceptionally difficult to investigate, and that is what the FCI steps in for. Our special agents and analysts are expert in investigating organized crime, along with the highly technologically sophisticated crimes that they are committing. The FCIC became operational in January of 2022, and since that time, we have prevented, intercepted, or recovered over $265 million in loss. We have directly participated in or provided intelligence that led to the arrest of 264 offenders. We have identified 993 suspects for various law enforcement agencies. We have recovered over 24,000 credit cards or card numbers. We have recovered or directed the recovery of over 1,000 skimming devices in Texas. And we have disseminated over 1,600 intelligence products to law enforcement and private industry. And that is the key to this, is a constant flow of intelligence backwards and forwards. In September of 2023, we stood up our digital forensics laboratory for examining phones, computers, tablets, and other skimming devices that are related to these types of offenses. Since that time, the laboratory has assisted numerous law enforcement agencies unlocking and downloading the contents of over 340 devices, including 96 skimmers. We have done all of this with a tiny team of dedicated experts. We act as a force multiplier, advising and assisting law enforcement, industry, and prosecutors. At the moment, our size is all that limits us from doing more, and we are being asked to do a lot more. In order to do this, we will need to expand to keep up with the demand that is coming from law enforcement and industry. As an example, we've been asked to delve into organized check fraud, and we just do not have the bandwidth to step into this right now. We help out where we can, but this is such a huge problem that we just don't have the people to be able to accurately get into it. Additionally, there will need to be changes to the Penal Code and Code of Criminal Procedure to address new and evolving crimes that were never previously considered. First off, there were 4 bills that died on the vine last year at the end of session. 3 of them came out of FCIC. I believe one of them came from Senator Betancourt, involving criminal mischief or vandalism to the fuel pump cabinets. The other things we'll need to look into is cryptocurrency, because this is obviously one of the largest money laundering schemes we've ever seen. The crypto ATMs are the conduit for a lot of this, and because crypto is not actually currency, it is actually a commodity. There's very little regulation on any of this. We have evolving methods of fuel theft, gift card draining, which you heard from the previous panel, and much more. Bottom line is that the Texas economy and the wallets of Texans and the U.S. economy as a whole is under attack by criminal organizations that are not based in the United States. We are here to fight this, but we're going to need your help. Thank you for your time, gentlemen, and I'm happy to answer any questions when the panel is done.
Thank you. I'm Courtney Arbor. I'm the Executive Director of Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. Chairman Flores and members, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I have a few slides that will be, if I can get to them quickly, that are a leave behind, and I'll highlight a couple of them for you. Could you get to mine?
Where do you want to get to?
Any of the TDLR slides. I'll go ahead and get started, and we'll catch the slides up in a moment if that works for you.
Those were my slides. I didn't even know you guys had them.
You'll have those as a leave behind as well. All right. I wanted to share a little bit about our history of TDLR and how we came to be partners with FCIC, just by way of reminder or information for those of you listening. We at TDLR license, certify, and regulate 38 programs. Our programs include professions, business, facilities, and equipment. As of the end of last year, we had a little over 962,000 licensees, and we represent 38 different programs. One of the main programs at TDLR is the Motor Fuel Metering and Quality Program, which was moved to TDLR in 2019 as a result of Senate Bill 2119. This included responsibility for investigating consumer complaints and merchant reports on card skimming. Fast forward to 2021, the FCIC was established in the law through House Bill 2016. FCIC, you've just heard a lot about, serves as the primary entity for planning, coordination, and integration of law enforcement response to some of these criminal activities. When the way we partner, and when the funds are appropriated to TDLR, and then we partner with FCIC in the performance of these responsibilities. Very directly, when we at TDLR receive a complaint about card skimming, we go on site to investigate. We work with local law enforcement to remove the skimmer if one is found, and then, of course, we report all of that to Adam and his team at FCIC, who then focus on the investigation and in coordination with local law enforcement. I want to just underscore a couple of in the slides, which I'm not going to take the time to catch up to now, if that's okay with you, but I want to just underscore a couple of the points you've just heard from Mr. Colby, and then share a little bit about our LAR request and why you'll see that in the agency's LAR. They provide training to law enforcement and others, and since 2021, with a fairly small budget, have reached 2,755 people through training. Also, since that same time, they've realized a stop loss and recovery total, as you just heard, of $265 million, and also have been responsible for 264 arrests and identifying more than 900 suspects for local law enforcement to then follow up on. The FCIC provides statewide coverage. Some of the slides that we left behind for you will show some of the impact to localities across the state. In our agency 2026-27 legislative appropriations request, I just wanted to make a quick mention. You're going to see that the largest item in our LAR has to do with additional funding for this center. We have, through our relationship with them and regular reporting, seen the value of the work they're doing. And with those dollars, additional staff would be added, some salary increases to help them keep pace with the salaries needed for the area and for this type of work, and then some field offices would be established. So I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you, Chairman and members. I'm Jacob Putman. I'm the Smith County Criminal District Attorney. It's my pleasure to be here today. I get asked often, why is the Texas Financial Crimes Intelligence Center in Tyler, Texas? The reason, relatively simply, is that Adam Colby and his team were at the Tyler Police Department, and they figured out how to catch credit card skimmers at gas pumps. They explained to us what we were looking at, and we figured out how to prosecute them. And we did a good enough job that the Texas Bankers Association called and asked why there weren't any more skimmers in Smith County. So, well, these criminals are smart, and if they get prosecuted, they just drive around and go somewhere else. They asked, well, how can we expand this to the rest of the state? The FCIC was born out of that because the solution is a centralized intelligence model. As you have heard with organized retail theft, it's the same with credit card skimmers. ATM jackpotters, the gift card scams. These criminals are smart and they move around, which means local law enforcement, local prosecutors often don't have access to all of the information to what these people are doing. As you've heard from industry with organized retail theft, different stores, as the chairman pointed out, may not be sharing information with each other. You need a central place to store all of that information. The FCIC was formed as a partnership with the banking industry so they can get the banking industry data to track these perpetrators, help identify them, and then help wrap that case up for local law enforcement. I know it was mentioned several times, how do we get law enforcement, especially certain DAs, to do their job? I think the FCIC has proven the way you do that is to wrap it up with a bow. You make their job easy. You package that information up for them so the case is ready to go from the beginning, and they have all the help and assistance that they need. These criminals are smart, and we have to be smarter than they are. That has worked for the FCIC when it comes to financial crimes. They have been scaling up as the demand has grown. When it was started 2 sessions ago, it was unclear exactly how busy they would be. They have now doubled in size and are looking to double again because local law enforcement, local prosecutors want their services. They need their help. There is a lot of work for them to do. Every time we hire new people at the FCIC, they're busy. They have more work that they can get to. As you have heard and seen in the slides that are there for you to review later, they have been incredibly successful at preventing fraud and catching these perpetrators, identifying them, whether they be from gangs from Central or South America or even from Europe. They're able to identify those people and then provide everywhere they've been, all the frauds they've committed, to whichever law enforcement or prosecutor is going to handle that case. That's one of the advantages to the centralized model, and it actually helps solve a little bit of the problem with DAs taking different approaches to prosecuting these cases. Because these bad actors move through different counties, a centralized intelligence unit can package it up and contact the county or the prosecutor, the DA's office that's most likely to be aggressive in prosecuting those, because you can pick and wrap it all up and give them a gift wrap package case for them to prosecute. So that's been incredibly successful. I think, continued solution for the financial crimes is to continue to support the FCIC as y'all have, and we appreciate that. Help them grow and expand to meet the needs that are presented. And we thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Appreciate you giving us the time to talk today. Today, I'm here to provide an overview of financial crime trends we have observed in Texas, especially those investigated by Texas Rangers over the past 4 years. Our involvement spans various types of financial crimes, including theft, corruption, procurement fraud, and also occupational fraud. We often receive requests for assistance to take the lead in these investigations, or we assist from district attorney's offices or local law enforcement agencies. On average, financial crime investigations can take about 1.5 years to 2 years to complete, largely influenced by the complexity of the case and the monetary loss that's involved. These investigations are labor-intensive and require meticulous attention to detail to uncover the underlying predicate crimes. When cases like these are under-resourced, it can lead to issues with timely investigations and prosecutions, especially given the 5-year statute of limitations for theft, Penal Code 3103. These can create a cycle where serious financial crimes can go unaddressed, and limited capacity by district attorneys can result in less thorough investigations. By providing rural prosecutors and understaffed rural investigators access with forensic accountants, rural areas might be able to take on these cases. I want to make sure I'm clear on this. On theft 3103, I'm not talking about somebody going into a store and stealing a gallon of milk, okay? These cases are being investigated as financial crimes. And what we're seeing out into the rural communities is a lot of the prosecutors are not going with other financial crime offenses. They go with theft. Statute of limitations on these are not as much. And ultimately, what we find out is that the victims want to know as where's the rest of the actual crime committed, and it's gone back to basically the statute of limitations that's been committed, or the statute that's been given to that actual offense. So one of the things that we have decided, or what we would like to see, is extending that statute of limitations, knowing that if you see in Chapter 12, a lot of the fraud that's pertaining to, goes to a 7-year statute of limitations. And I think you all know, and we appreciate what you all have done in the last 2 legislations. Y'all have increased that, and y'all have actually helped us out on the financial crime industry. So I'm open to any of your suggestions or comments that you have today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, right now, the financial crimes sometimes seem to be overwhelming. People breaking into your computers, the skimmers they use at gasoline stations or driving stores, gift cards. It's like a never-ending as we improve our technology. It's also used against us, the public. But the Financial Crime Investigation Center, it's in Tyler.
Yes, Senator.
Right now, we have a structure set up in the state for the Texas Anti-Gang Center, and we have the Texas Transnational Intelligence Center. So they are spread out throughout the state. Do you use or coordinate or cooperate with them?
We also have Texas Anti-Gang Center located near Tyler as well. We have a Border Prosecution Unit prosecutor out there, and they are helpful. I think the key to the FCIC's success is because they have a singular mission. The tags work wonderfully for what they're supposed to do, and as we've heard, DPS does a great job with these cases, but they're given a lot of priorities that they have to address. FCIC works well because their only mission is the financial crime, and so they are not pulled away to other tasks and other priorities.
And there was a point. It is possible for us to fund a staff person or staff people in those different centers, the Texas Anti-Gang Center and the Texas Transnational Intelligence Center, to just focus on financial crimes, so that they will not be pulled away to deal with other issues that they deal with, like just dealing with gangs. Just try to expand your reach of what you do in terms of all these financial crimes that are being committed. I know in the Valley, and I'll talk about that, it's pretty often that we read in newspapers where the police, law enforcement are located, where there will be a skimmer in the cart where you gas up and get your gasoline. So it is a pretty serious issue and a very serious problem. The other issue, I guess one of you testified that we had a lot of international gangs being involved in this. Could you expand on that? I know most of the gang groups here in Texas have some type of connection to the cartels in Mexico. But there are also some European gangs, from Romanians, I think, from Venezuela. What other countries? Cubans?
So what we see, sir, is that the nationality groups, the criminals amongst those nationality groups, have their own niche. Typically, there isn't too much bleed over from one to the other as to what they're doing. There are some exceptions to that. So if specifically you have Romanian or Roma gypsy families, they're highly organized, much in the same way that the 5 families of New York are organized, with a very defined hierarchy structure, and right down to the fact that there's somebody sitting in a very large villa in Romania that they refer to as Godfather. They have actually broken the United States into territories that they work in, and they're organized enough that they continuously swap out territories to confound law enforcement. They are involved in numerous types of crimes: ATM skimming, point of sale skimming. They're involved in the retail stores. They do organized retail theft. They also do what's called distraction thefts, where they trick a cashier into thinking that they've paid several $1,000s for the merchandise, but they're picking half of that money back up or more, and then they return that merchandise to a different store to get the cash back, and then they will take that merchandise and resell it. They also are involved in EBT fraud. So when they do the point of sale skimming inside of a retail store, if they get a Lone Star card or any other card from another state, most of those cards, including the Lone Star card, do not have a chip in them, so they're highly vulnerable to the fraud, because it's simply swiping the card. That magnetic stripe contains the full card number, the cardholder's name, and the expiration date. So The state and the federal government are losing tons of money in that. I don't know how much in Texas. I could tell you California, upwards of $20 million a month. Then you have, as you stated, sir, Cubans, less organized to a lesser degree, but still organized. Sometimes we refer to them as disorganized crime. But they are heavily involved in the primary in card skimming and gas pumps, as well as diesel fuel thefts. You have your Venezuelans are involved in the jackpotting. We have seen some bleed over with Cubans being involved in jackpotting, but working for the Venezuelans, we've seen some Colombians as well. With the Venezuelans and the Colombians, when we get their criminal histories through Interpol, they are gang members. I have no doubt that Tren de Aragua is involved in this. We've seen at least 2 homicides involving these gang members that are committing these crimes. There was one case where there was an active warrant for somebody involved in jackpotting, and apparently he did not pay up, and so he was executed. So these folks have the capability to move over into much more violent stuff. There are many others. We recently worked a case with Chilean fraud where they were using a South American manufactured mobile point-of-sale terminal, and they traveled from one end of the country to the other, breaking into cars, just looking for credit cards. They would swipe the credit card into the terminal, and that was going back to the processor in Argentina, and it was coming up with fictitious transactions. When we got a hold of the people we needed to talk to in South America, they told us that there were 51 other units in the United States. They would not tell us where they were, even though they could geolocate them, but they did promise that they'd turn them off. And the list just goes on and on. So you have Chinese organized crime. Now, in this particular case, I don't have any hard evidence, but the notional evidence would certainly indicate that the Chinese government and the Tongs are involved in this. You can't leave China unless the government allows you to. We have card draining, which you heard from the folks in organized retail theft, where they're stealing the cards. They take the card number out, and then they load it into a computer program, which is basically armed by bots that are watching for this card to be loaded. It goes back on the shelf, an unsuspecting victim.
Well, let me ask you, so what is your budget right now?
Our outside of the Capitol, it's about $6.5 million.
Outside the Capitol?
Like we have funding for construction projects.
Okay, I got it. Okay. How many employees do you have, FTEs?
At the moment, I'm allocated 16. I have 14. I can't bring the other 2 on until the construction is done in our facility to accommodate more folks. Honestly, when we started in 21, there was 3 of us, and if you had told me that this was going to happen and get to where we are, I would have said, there's no way. I mean, I would have used other expletives, but I would say that I would have said there's no way that's going to happen. And we very quickly went from primarily looking at gas pump skimming and fuel theft into every other industry. And the way that this kind of happened is just working with industry and approaching industry and saying, hey, we're here to help. We're not here to take proprietary information and smear your name and help you lose customers. We're here to prevent these crimes from happening. And the way that we do that is we convince industry to send us their own data, their own intelligence, and then we take that and we push it back out. Wherever it's actionable, that's where it goes to, whether a law enforcement agency or private industry asked for it. If we see something threatening a bank, they're going to get it whether they ask for it or not. If there's something that law enforcement can act on in a local jurisdiction, they're going to get it. Now, we can't make them act on it, but they're going to get it.
Are you under the trustee programs for the governor's office?
No, sir.
Where are you on the budget, I guess?
Our budget is embedded within the TDLR budget.
Okay, got it. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Adam, I just have to correct one thing in the record. So that great Senate Bill 467 didn't die. It was vetoed. Okay, and it's coming back. Okay, because this organized fuel theft is just another one of always these tips of these icebergs, because that's, again, in some people's minds, a victimless crime, because somebody gets away with a tanker truckload of fuel and then they sell it. They've got no cost of goods sold. They, wipe out the controllers that at the pumps, and so that's something that we are bringing back. Everybody on the panel voted for it, and I suspect they'll be voting for it again. I don't want to speak for them, but I just didn't want to say that stuff died. Unfortunately, Good stuff, didn't get past the governor's desk either on it. And more importantly, all the stuff has to get passed. Because I'm so happy to hear Smith County is at the tip of the spear on the issue, okay? That helped tie everybody together and to get more resources. Because, again, we're going to be talking about more resources, but we have to crack down on organized fuel theft. Because once that money gets into the criminal system, the permutations of where that bad money goes is endless. And they're all negative. Till finally, somebody puts it back in somebody else's bank account, and then the damage is already done. So thanks for your efforts.
Thank you. Senator, if I may add something. So the same groups that are doing fuel theft, that's not all they're doing. It's not just fuel theft and card skimming. I'm sure you know, sir, in your own area down in the valley, from working with federal partners, these groups are working alongside the cartel, and the cartels are using the trucks that are using the stolen fuel to then move narcotics and human trafficking and weapons as well. Some of the biggest things with this particular group that we saw is they were using the stolen money to buy farmland in Colorado to grow marijuana to bring back to Texas.
No, it's almost incredible, the scale of the organizations, because these, as Senator Hay knows, are international criminal cartels. And they're thinking about, stratified marketing and what other resources they should own, and whether it's cropland in Colorado for marijuana farming. They're thinking about it, and we're enabling it. So if I could, for you all, go back and look at Senate Bill 467, and if there's anything else we need to do, your DA colleagues in Dallas were the people that brought that problem to me 2 years ago. If we need to amp that bill up, we'll amp that bill up.
Just a real quick point, if I may. You're right. The public officials on the Mexican side of the border tell me we have stood there at the bridge and identified all the trucks that were carrying contraband fuel. It's almost 2 out of every 5 trucks of fuel that goes into Mexico is stolen. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Our second panel will provide details of the methods and impacts of financial theft. This problem will be Stephanie Mace, Assistant Director of State Advocacy for AARP, Paul Hardin, President and CEO of Texas Food and Fuel Association, George Wren, Administrator of Texas Anti-Gang Center, and Charles Cooper, Commissioner of Texas Department of Banking. If you'll come forward, please. I hope I didn't mangle your name.
That's okay. Chairman, everyone does.
So we'll start on my left and state your name and speak into the microphone loudly so we can hear you.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, my name is Paul Hardin. I'm President and CEO of the Texas Food and Fuel Association. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and provide invited comments towards this important issue. TFFA represents more than 16,000 convenience stores, travel centers, and grocery stores in the state of Texas, so we've got a pretty good perspective on this. I'm trying to think of how many years it has been that skimming's been a problem. A lot of you remember when Art Acevedo was around, and we did a video with him trying to help prevent skimmers at the pump. And so this goes quite a ways back for us. You've already heard of the FCIC and how it was created. We worked very closely with all the groups involved with that to help create FCIC. You know, they started with a very modest budget, and I think they were expected to prevent maybe $20 million in theft at the gas pump. That was the original goal. And as you've probably heard, up to date, they have thwarted or prevented $250 million. I mean, that's a lot of money for a lot of Texans. And let's be real, I mean, it's bad for business on our end when skimmers are found, so we want them found just as badly as anyone else. Personally been to the FCIC a few times, get to see exactly how they operate and the tentacles that they have throughout the entire United States, and they're not focused on just that one player and trying to get a small sentence for them. They're working on putting that organized group together so that the charges can be a lot heavier, a lot stiffer. As you know, last session we worked on several bills, SB 467, Senator Betancourt, and that would have taken tampering with a gas pump to a third-degree felony. So things like that. We had several other bills we worked with Representative Perez and also Senator Zaffarini on a few other bills, and that's our goal, is to bring, or to help with those three, bring those forward again to continue the efforts. But again, meanwhile, we've still got this problem going on. You've heard all the testimony. It continues to grow, and we've got to do something about it. I'm not sure what the LAR request is from FCIC, but whatever it is, give it to them. It's a major issue, and they have proved themselves to be a definite wise investment from not only you guys, the legislature, but the state of Texas, benefiting all Texans. We're just fully committed to this topic. We would like to help in any way we can. Appreciate the opportunity to work with you guys, to work with FCIC, to work with TDLR and the other agencies. So happy to answer any questions now or after testimony.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning or afternoon. My name is Stephanie Mace, Associate State Director of of Advocacy with AARP Texas. I'm honored to testify today on behalf of AARP's 2.5 million Texas members. Thank you for bringing attention to the harm and prevalence of financial crimes, as this issue is especially important and of deep concern to our members, especially the issue of fraud. Nobody is immune to fraud, as the threat continues to evolve in both scale and sophistication. Most people believe that scams and fraud only happen to older adults. The reality is younger people report losing money to fraud more often, but when older adults are the victim, they lose so much more, and the impact is often profound and life-altering. This stands to reason, as older adults are more likely to have accumulated a lifetime of savings and are more likely to have housing wealth. And too often, the criminals steal everything from them. The victims are left emotionally and financially ruined. Often their families are torn apart, and many are left to rely on already strained local, state, and federal safety nets. Research shows that if someone hears about a scam, they are 80% less likely to engage with it, and if they do engage, they're 40% less likely to fall victim. That is why AARP has put consumer education at the core of its approach to fraud prevention. AARP offers a variety of educational opportunities. We have trained volunteers that give presentations on fraud prevention. This year, we hosted a teletown hall about scams with the Office of Attorney General, and next month, we are organizing a reverse boiler room to call older adults about phone scams. This summer, we aired PSAs throughout the state warning people about door-to-door sales scams, and at least twice a year, we host document shred events in Austin, Houston, El Paso, Dallas, and San Antonio to protect adults from identity theft. AARP has also teamed up with a variety of Texas sports teams, including the Astros, Rangers, Spurs, El Paso Chihuahuas, Sugar Land Space Cowboys, Round Rock Express, to talk about how to beat scammers at their own game. And you'll see a flyer in your packet with some information about that. The AARP magazine, which is the largest circulating magazine in the United States, reaching tens of millions of Americans, shares stories and tips on how to protect yourself from scams and frauds. If you like true crime podcasts, check out AARP's The Perfect Scam, which highlights the impact of these crimes on victims and their families. If you know someone that has been a victim of a fraud or scam, direct them to AARP's Fraud Watch helpline. This 1-800 helpline receives about 500 calls a day from people looking for support and direction in the aftermath of a crime. While AARP, law enforcement, and others continue to educate Texans on fraud prevention, education is not enough. Scams are getting more and more realistic and hard to detect, even by the savviest people. We need policies and further protect people and partnerships with agencies that work with communities that criminals target. I would like to highlight 3 areas of concern, and that is deed theft or deed fraud, cryptocurrency kiosks, and gift card scams, which I think we've heard about 2 of them today. Deed theft is where a criminal impersonates an actual property owner to illegally sell real property that the perpetrator does not own. Criminals generally target properties that are not owner-occupied or developed, so it can take months or years for the actual property owner to discover the fraud. There are 2 victims that are immediately impacted when these fraudulent transactions occur: the unsuspecting buyer and the legitimate property owner. Crypto kiosks, the use of crypto kiosks has been talked about quite a bit, but it's taken quantum leaps in recent years, where it is used as both a form of payment and as the commodity of choice in sophisticated investment schemes. Because these kiosks look so similar to regular ATMs, they seem more legitimate to victims who are directed to them. AARP has heard from countless victims who have been directed to insert thousands of dollars in cash into these machines to address, quote, an urgent financial matter. And then gift card scams. We've already heard about how gift cards have been tampered, but they're also used for investment fraud. Criminals like gift cards because they're readily available, and most have high load limits. A 2022 AARP survey revealed that 1/3 of adults have been asked to purchase a gift card to pay a debt or obligation, which is always a scam, and nearly 1/4 of these individuals followed through with their request. AARP encourages the legislature to address these issues, and we have some ideas and model legislation on how it could be done. Specifically, we need to create a new statute that would make it easier to prosecute deed impersonation or deed theft. We need to allow deed theft victims to have fraudulent deeds acknowledged and voided by a judge through an ex parte process. And we would like different stores that sell gift cards or have kiosks, or actually require fraud warning notices to be visibly posted on crypto kiosks and gift card stands. And that also provide information on what an individual can do if they are scammed. Daily transaction limits could also be placed on crypto kiosks, as well as requiring these machines to give paper receipts with relevant transactional information to allow law enforcement to investigate immediately. Additional resources should also be allocated to law enforcement, FCIC, but broadly to strengthen cohesion and coordination between federal, state, and local partners around elder justice, and to expand their capacity to investigate and prosecute financial crimes. There are always new issues that are constantly emerging. We've identified and recently became aware of deed theft using live check loans, and these areas need to continue to be researched and explored by law enforcement. Thank you for your time today, and AARP looks forward to working with you to address these issues.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Flores, members. Charles Cooper, I'm the Commissioner of the Texas Department of Banking. I thought primarily I would be a resource witness, but some of the comments made earlier brought to mind some things I'd just like to touch base for y'all. First of all, we regulate state banks in Texas, and we regulate more banks in Texas than any other agency. We have 214 banks. By volume of the total transactions, or total volume of assets under supervision, that's about 24% of what I call the pie in Texas, which is about $2 trillion. The largest piece of the pie, about 33%, is your out-of-state nationally chartered banks, the quote big banks. So we think that we regulate quite a bit of the pie. I really thought that the panel was going to, or the group was going to focus on what we call bank fraud. So I did pull some statistics from FinCEN, which is the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, which is a part of U.S. Treasury. So for the categories of check fraud, ACH fraud, credit card and debit fraud, and wire fraud, for instance, in 22, well, let me back up. So if a bank or credit union has some activity that they consider suspicious, they have to file a SAR, Suspicious Activity Report. those go to the various agencies and determine possibly whether to do enforcement action. So SARS, in that category I just mentioned, in 22, there were 70,000 of those. In 23, it rose to 84,000, and through September 30th, it's basically 100,000. So if my East Texas math works, it's about a 43% increase over that period. The biggest increase is in ACH fraud. Going back to check fraud, most of that stems from checks stolen through the mail. So that's either my mailbox, your mailbox, if you get whatever check goes to that, or it could be from the mailboxes, depository boxes out in front of the post office. Now, even though the volume of checks has gone down, the fraud has substantially gone up. And one of the reasons for that is that the bad guys, when they steal these, and they are very organized, they will put it on the dark web. And so therefore there's substantial increase in that. Now, I believe the panel that we'll hear from shortly would be some bankers that actually deal with this type of fraud. I would like to say that, again, 214 banks that we regulate, most of those are true community banks, which means that they serve the community. If they have, banks take risks, so banks have losses. Generally speaking, they're well organized. Our banks in Texas do a pretty good job, safety and soundness wise, probably some of the best in the nation. But when they have these type of losses, it just makes their job a little bit harder. And sometimes if the losses get too high, sometimes it's just like Senator Betancourt, you said, if a company doesn't make money, they either sell or in a bank case, they usually sell to larger banks. So I think that this is an area that we need to do all we can to reduce this type of fraud. And in that regard, I think the FCIC really does a tremendous job. And otherwise, I'm here for any questions you'll have.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is George Ryan. I am the Senior Administrator for the Texas Anti-Gang Center in Houston, Texas. Back in approximately 2009, 2010, we had approached the governor's office, especially using Houston as a target area. We identified the significant amount of violent crime and gang activity that was proliferating throughout the city of Houston and Harris County. At the same time, we also identified the inefficiencies that were involved between Houston Police Department, Harris County SO, DPS, the federal agencies in addressing that threat. So approximately 2010, we introduced a proposal to the governor's office to create the Texas Anti-Gang Center, bringing local, county, state, and federal resources under one umbrella to significantly address the threat of criminal street gangs, transnational criminal organizations, and violent crime. Of course, at that particular point in time, we started out as one entity. Currently, in 2024, with this committee's support and the support of the total legislature bipartisanly, we have 9 centers throughout the state of Texas. Hopefully, depending on funding availability, we hope to open a 10th center out in Midland, Texas. As it relates to financial crimes, I was at a meeting the other day, and of course, and a lot of the things that have been testified here about today ring true. Why do criminal elements become involved in criminal activity? It's not for the fun. They're in business to make money, and they're in business to make money by all means necessary. Of course, in the violent organizations that we work, typically we work bank robbers, we work hijackers, We work street takeover crews, rip crews, things of that nature. Of course, quite naturally, I think the effect of the work that we've done in the Houston area and throughout the state has essentially reduced street-level violent crime. Of course, I think that impetus now is moving toward domestic violence. But, so, to that extent, I think we're working. But simultaneously, the thing that we've noticed a trend toward is these criminal organizations, transnational especially, becoming involved in financial crime. As previously mentioned, with diesel fuel and gasoline fuel theft, the Cubans typically, they have historically been involved in that. The Romanians, the gypsy crews, they've been involved in theft of oil field equipment since I can remember. I did 30 years with DPS. I retired as a major over criminal investigation. I've been at the TAG Center now for January be 11 years, so I'm approaching my 41st year in law enforcement. Crime changes, but nothing truly remains the same in this date and time of technology. One of the things with this committee's support that we've tried to do for law enforcement throughout the state is to provide technological innovation, availability, to work exactly the types of cases that have been discussed in this committee. One of those tools is coming up for consideration as our LAR is being heard in the legislature. And the good thing about that tool, it has allowed us to be able to interdict criminal activity in places where we figured we would never, ever, ever have identified it absent to that access to that technology. Senator, most recently, the Mary Brown case in Houston for the bail bond fraud, we have identified and we have 160 people that are currently chargeable in that particular case with an estimated loss to the insurance industry of over $65 million. We've currently gotten 60 of those folks in custody. The next 100 are pending grand jury and indictment through the federal court system in Houston. At the same time, we've identified human trafficking organizations. We've identified individuals running money laundering operations out of corrections facilities, and a plethora of other things that, absent technology, and let's face it, I think from a law enforcement perspective, no law enforcement agency in this state has enough personnel to physically address every crime that's taking place. So in the absence of being able to employ persons, technological innovation, which I believe we've done an excellent job with in the TAG program, is providing that force multiplication and access to other resources to help address these types of threats. Most recently, we've begun a conversation with the Comptroller's Office to work with them, Customs and Border Protection, and some other agencies. Of course, in the past, we hadn't necessarily been involved in financial crimes. But at the same time, as those crimes have become more violent, most definitely. One of our newest partners has been the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. Of course, I think if you hadn't been affected by the theft of mail, of course, Houston got...
Number one.
Hey, look.
We ain't number three, we're number one.
So we have been working with the Postal Inspection Service as a result. In fact, 2 of the robberies that they had of postal carriers for mail and arrow keys, we apprehended those individuals the other day. So therefore, from a TAG program perspective, Senator Hinojosa most definitely has a TAG center in his area. Senator, you and Senator Huffman as well. San Antonio services the Pleasanton area, but at the same time, my message to the committee is we're here to help. One thing for certain, we are in the trustee programs with the governor's office, but more than anything else, I think the strength of what we have brought to law enforcement from a force multiplication standpoint is this. Just because we hadn't done it today doesn't mean that we can't do it tomorrow. But when you bring local, county, state, and federal law enforcement together, with some of the work that we're doing in Houston, the U.S. Attorney's Office is committed to move an AUSA into our space as soon as we finish a current expansion project. We currently have 2 attorneys with the Border Prosecution Unit. Of course, and quite naturally, you have to be able to draw a nexus to the border as it relates to the cases that they're able to prosecute. But I think in the current environment, there is no reason why that nexus can't be drawn just from the things that have transpired in this room as it relates to financial and organized retail theft. And I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you for your service, Senator Bencourt.
First off, excellent panel. Paul, we just need to bring all these bills back, and if there's something else in the last 2 years that has migrated into these bills, we need to improve them, you know, starting with the Senate Bill 467 and get these bills passed, because you know, once people get into that theft, they don't have to pay property taxes. They don't do employee insurance. They don't do, you know, business casualty insurance. They don't do all the things legitimate business does. They just take the money, you know, once they get the product to, you know, into the gray black market, and they're done. And that puts real pressure on the law-abiding photo, you know, your industry. Because that's a loss that you suffer, and then actually you end up with competition from it, okay? Which is, you know, nefarious competition. Am I missing something, Paul?
Not at all. You hit it on the head. We're looking forward to bringing it back and working with you on it, and as well as a couple of the bills that address it. Everyone here has also talked about DAs and prosecuting. Again, that's the whole reason FCIC is in Tyler, is because Jacob Putnam, the way that he prosecuted it. Also, I mean, obviously credit to Adam Colby and other folks with FCIC, formerly Tyler PD, to be able to identify skimmers in that area, but then to actually have them prosecuted. There was one story, and I don't think they told it, but one gentleman, he had some priors, but ended up getting busted in Tyler, Texas, and for skimming related, and he got life in prison. That's serious stuff. That'll keep you out of Tyler. And
That may explain why there's no longer any skimming going on in Tyler's County.
So looking forward to working with you on that, sir.
And for the AARP members section, not the representative, but that's us over here.
I am a
you know, this is, you know, both George and Charles, there's vertical integration going on now, where you had, you know, silos of crime, but they're actually now getting into multiple versions of it, and they're cross-connecting their silos with what used to be check washing, okay? And clearly there's Postal Service fraud in that, because the criminal rings have access to the Postal Service employees that are getting the check washing, and then at the same time they're actually robbing them as well.
Senator, you don't need that. If you have the arrow keys are regional.
Okay.
So therefore, if I have arrow key X,
You can get anywhere.
you literally, for a geographic part of the county, you have access to every blue box, every inside box, every apartment complex box, you name it, that key fits.
Right, and all somebody had to do was give it to you for a certain amount of money.
Exactly.
Right. So I think part of this recognition is that as things get more complicated, what was a silo of financial crime, or a silo of postal crime, or a silo of motor fuels crime, is now all getting effectively cross-connected, horizontally and vertically, because these organizations are taking advantage of this opportunity, because it's all about the money.
Exactly.
You know, gentlemen, have any other words of wisdom?
One thing I would like to offer, and I want to thank Senator Hinojosa. He came by our office a few months ago to take a look at a piece of technology that we currently employ. Our plan in the upcoming legislature is to work with the legislature to try to get this capability available to every county sheriff in the state that is willing to put it in their facility. And the ability for that application to data mine custodial communications for intelligence value is unlimited based on an individual's imagination.
Right, if you use it. And
Yes.
To Stephanie, one thing, the problem with now, especially for the ARP, and by the way, my hometown newspaper just reminded me this week that I'm going to be 66 before the election. Kind of a backhanded compliment, congratulations. People get so busy, okay? And I remember looking at a form that was sent to me. It was a perfect mimicry of a federal form. And I got through, name and address, and, then they asked me for, an email, and I typed it in because I've had one for 30 years. It's been on the dark web so long. It's like, and then I stopped myself and I said, what? Okay. Went back and erased it, and exited the site, yelled at my crew for not having a better phishing protection, okay? And then I got a notice that said, you failed to complete your application, please try again. So the real problem is time compression and folks that are just being barraged by this. Because for every one of these electronic scams, which are numerous, okay, there's still the old school robocall that says, call me immediately, your house is burning down, your bank has been robbed, or whatever. It's really an astonishing throw at folks over 65. Am I missing?
No, I think you've hit the nail on the head, yes.
Okay. And is there anything else we can do to get the word out on this? Go ahead and grab the microphone away from Paul.
I'd love to have conversations with you in your office to see. I think there are some offices that are also talking about spoofing, but I think in addition to some of the issues that we've already discussed, I think we can look at what other states have done to really expand our efforts and maybe even be the first of its kind to handle some of these issues. Yeah.
Right, and that's an important deal. They've just made me the ALEC chair for Senate, and this best practices issue, if there's something going on in other states, just because we're sending model bills through that organization out, and we would love to know the model bills back.
Especially around cryptocurrency, there's definitely some legislation that we can touch on. I think training a lot of law enforcement. There are some great elder justice coalitions that some of the counties have, but really working to expand it across working with different levels of government, because a DA or a county may be interested in prosecuting, but since a lot of them are not able to go outside of their jurisdiction, or maybe the amount that was stolen is not as much, that really raises attention. So really just spreading awareness about kind of these elder issues.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you. Just several questions. I guess I would recommend that you subscribe to AARP. I'm a subscriber, and I like the information I receive.
They already snagged me.
Yeah, so some of the crimes that are committed on the elderly are really international, in that they are used through computers and everything else, and the money disappears very quickly from Florida to someplace up in another country in the world.
Boom.
But on the international, I guess the anti-gang centers, I asked the CIC folks about expanding that, and as Sarah Bentecourt talked about, no more in silos going across. Could you all handle, I guess, an additional person in those centers that we just focus on the financial aspects of crime? Only because what the comment that one of the gentlemen made that was testifying before said, well, we just focus on financial crimes. If we end up interacting with staff from the anti-gang centers or the transnational intelligence centers, the focus might not be just on financial crimes. So you could do that, handle that?
Senator, in my experience, and I touched on it briefly, just because we hadn't done it yesterday doesn't mean that we can't do that today. And at least in Houston, we're the oldest center that's been in existence, and we've identified the need to be able to do that. We've started conversations with the Comptroller's office. I know even though the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center is a little bit far from us, I know that there was discussion potentially on creating satellites. I guarantee you, if I don't have room, I'll find room for those folks.
Okay.
Now, just from the standpoint that criminal organizations, quite naturally, the goal is for them to launder criminal proceeds.
Sure.
What do you need to do that? You need a financial network by which to do that.
You need Charles.
So then there becomes a collateral relating function to that, of which one of the vulnerabilities that I identified several years ago is that, okay, we do an excellent job of putting criminals in jail. The problem we have is that we do a poor job in seizing their financial resources. Let's face it, and I'm gonna be graphic. If I'm a criminal, I have more time than I have money. You can put me in jail in 10 years, but if I've acquired $5 million and you didn't take it, guess what's gonna happen?
Well, we're going to look at forfeiture statutes also. So.
We have
Well,
a RICO bill, our RICO bill we passed.
But that's the thing. Some of these guys, unless you have a sophisticated financial investigative capability, the possibility and probability of locating it all is low.
So that means you could handle another staff person in each anti-gang center to deal with financial crime.
Senator, if I got a person with that capability, they could have my office.
All right. Thank you for your response. And actually, Commissioner Cooper, thank you for the work you do. I know some of the challenges you face with trying to supervise and have oversight of our banking system here in Texas, especially along the border with money laundering, Casas de Cambio. They launder money a lot, to put it that way, because I talked to some of the law enforcement people down in the valley, from the DPS to the sheriff to the police chiefs. So it's a big issue, and you all have oversight over that, right? Yeah, so in that respect, as we move forward next session, if there's anything we can do to help and tighten that system, so that legitimate businesses are not put out of business, but at the same time, those that are not complying with the rules and engage in crimes like money laundering, we can go after them and prosecute them or shut them down.
Yeah, Senator, just related to that, and you know, you and I have had this conversation, but I think on the crime side, what everybody said is financial crimes is exactly right. On the money laundering and things like that, usually they're at a higher level. Usually the feds are involved, and I think generally speaking, they do a pretty good job. But one of the problems is that they don't communicate very well, and talking about silos. I mean, we could go in and examine a particular entity where they're under investigation, and we may not find out unless we do a little bit of digging. So I think if we could get at the state level, we have really great cooperation and communication, and possibly if that gets enhanced, that would improve things.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Our third panel to provide detail on the impact of financial theft to financial institutions, large to small, and to average Texans will be Christopher Williston, President and CEO of the Independent Banker Association of Texas, Ray Vitelli, CEO of Stellar Bank in Houston, Hazel Davis, Vice President of Jefferson Bank in San Antonio, and Tuana Bilodo, Chief Operations Officer of Bank and Trust, Del Rio. I'll start with my left and we'll go to my right. Please state your name and who you represent and speak directly into the microphone so we can hear you.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senators, pleasure to be with you today. I'm Christopher Williston, President and CEO of the Independent Bankers Association of Texas. Also joined here today by our chair, Tracy Harris from Texas Regional Bank, with branches all over the state as well. IBAT represents 318 independent community banks throughout the state of Texas, including 157 banks in counties that the state defines as rural. Our banks serve as the primary source of funding for small businesses as well as farm and ranch operations throughout the state. We also meet the day-to-day retail banking needs of millions of Texans. As Commissioner Cooper just testified, financial fraud is rampant in all forms. In particular, the industry has seen a rapid proliferation of mail theft-driven check fraud amounting to a 300% increase over 4 years. That's a nationwide statistic. There's a relentless attack on your constituents and our customers, and in particular, every time the flag is raised on the mailbox, I don't know if anybody actually does that anymore, but if the flag is raised on the mailbox, it's an invitation for mail theft, which has been detailed throughout today's testimony. Now, one part of this chain of events that we must speak to is the reality that there has to be an institution at which the thieves are negotiating those instruments. And what we see time and time again is that thieves are taking those altered financial instruments to a large financial institution, a PNC, or one of the 5 mega banks in this country, where weak internal controls or controls on the front line are inadequate to stop the negotiation of those checks, or they're incapable of stopping those when they're deposited via digital channels. Check fraud involves individuals all over the state and the country. And when individuals are targeted by mail theft-related check fraud, the amounts total of around $2,500 on average. The Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, or FinCEN, which was referenced earlier in the hearing, however, reports that when businesses are involved, the average amounts are $44,000 plus on a check fraud related to mail theft, with a median amount of more than $14,000. These are large and significant actions taken against our state's businesses. IBAT members overwhelmingly report that these business customers are affected and that they have major outstanding issues related to check fraud that total tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars. In order to get reimbursed for altered items, they often face unresponsive big banks on the other end, and our community banks are often having to resort to litigation to be able to collect the funds back from the big banks, which allowed the fraud. That is the frontline gaping hole of failure in the financial institutions that are allowing this fraud to go on. In the meantime, those funds are tied up, which are taking resources out of our state's community banks and not being able to be put to work on behalf of Texans and our economy. Ultimately, unfortunately, the failure of the big banks in this area is not a state problem. It is a federal one, because many of the supervisory issues related to that are subject to federal preemption. However, today, I want to just ask for the full weight of the law to be placed on enforcement of mail theft as well as check fraud, which I know has been discussed at great length today. We still see in many cases that these instances of mail theft or check fraud are still regarded as too small of crimes to be prosecuted, and we find that to be especially troubling. IBAT has worked very, very closely on the formation of the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center with Representative Perez and served on the TDLR work group to stand up the FCIC, and we are beyond pleased with the work that they have done. We do hope, whether it's supporting the full LAR for expanded funding of the FCIC, Senator Hinojosa, your idea, to make sure that we have financial crime specialists inside the gang task force centers throughout the state. Whatever it is, we need more and more resources, as everyone does in law enforcement, to provide critical support for investigations and prosecution on these crimes throughout Texas. IBAT's grateful for your attention to this matter, and we're happy to serve as a resource on financial fraud in Texas on a go-forward basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Flores, members of the committee. My name is Hazel Davis. I'm here as a board member for the Texas Bankers Association. I also serve as the chair of the Texas Bankers Foundation, but also I'm a community banker. So I'm vice president of at Jefferson Bank, overseeing their compliance department and also their corporate responsibility functions. Jefferson Bank in San Antonio has been around since 1946. Currently, we have assets totaling about $3 billion, and we serve the growing region of San Antonio-Austin, which has approximately 4.8 million people. Like many banks in recent years, and as you've heard today, we've dealt with surging check fraud and related losses. Criminals have become bolder, check amounts have gotten larger, and losses have increased. In one instance, our family-owned institution assisted with the apprehension of a fraudster in a small community, only to have that individual returned 6 months later in a different community to perpetrate the same crime. While frustrating, this situation is somewhat uncommon because we were able to actually apprehend this individual and put a face to the activities. All too common, as Chris just mentioned, the idea is these are too small to prosecute. And $5,000 is not a small amount to me, but when you're looking at the size and scope and what these officers have to deal with on a regular basis, I can understand their point, although it is frustrating. In addition to individual fraudulent activity, we've seen large increases in business check fraud via mail theft and collusion among bad actors. We've talked about that key that allows access. It's very easy to go through the mail. Unfortunately, some of the individuals that still utilize checks are large companies, so those dollar amounts have only continued to increase. And additionally, those bad actors utilize identity theft and take advantage of courtesies, such as online account opening, immediate credit at ATMs, or instant issue debit cards. Unfortunately, this manipulation of the system by the few causes the cost of those courtesies for law-abiding Texans to increase. Criminals have focused on check fraud due to delays in detection caused by physical presentation of check items and the manual verification process that often has to occur after we receive that. Whereas electronic fraud detection systems can utilize algorithms and behavior analysis to decline suspected fraudulent activity and protect both our customers, those small businesses, and ourselves. Unfortunately, we cannot use these types of methods to evaluate check deposits, and it makes it harder to detect this activity within reasonable timing. We'll hear about things years later and it starts to click, but unfortunately, there's no immediate resolution to many of these items. All fraud detection systems come with an associated monetary cost, and we must weigh when and how much to pass on to our customers, keeping in mind that the bank accepts a fraudulent item often is the one that has to deal with that loss. As an industry, we've developed a lot of tight relationships, which are often very helpful when having a loss associated with a larger institution. But again, that communication is key, and the work that the FCIC does is critical. The banking industry has faced regulatory overreach and increased costs associated with compliance, in addition to rising fraud losses and the zero liability expectation of our customer base. As Texans, we have the opportunity to support our communities and businesses by taking a stand against criminals and fraud. It's not something that's being talked about at a larger scale nationally, and this is an opportunity for Texas to stand up and lead. I encourage you to increase funding for the FCIC, expand the scope to include all organized financial crimes, expand information sharing, increase prosecution rates, and tougher penalties will show that Texas is open for business, not for crime. Thank you for your time today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the committee members. My name is Ray Vituli. I'm the CEO of Stellar Bank. Stellar is a nearly $11 billion in total asset, state-chartered, publicly traded bank headquartered in Houston, Texas. We have 54 banking centers located in 14 counties. 53 of our locations serve the Houston-Beaumont area, with one in Dallas. We employ just over 1,000 bankers and are the largest Houston-based bank operating in the combined Houston-Beaumont MSAs, where we rank 6th in total deposit market share. The 5 banks ahead of us are all based outside of the state of Texas. The bank and our customers continue to experience financial fraud, and the volume is on the rise. From corporate account takeovers with bad actors attempting to initiate fraudulent ACH and wires, to stolen checks with the bad actors trying to wash or manipulate the item, we experience a broad range of tactics with increasing levels of sophistication, requiring banks to further enhance fraud prevention tools like callback procedures, multi-factor authentication, and positive pay.
Could you move your mic a bit closer, please?
Sure. As you probably know, with corporate account takeovers, the bad actors find their way into a customer system by obtaining credentials through a successful phishing attempt. Then they send an email to the bank to initiate a wire transfer. In this situation, the bank receives legitimate emails from legitimate email addresses since the customer's computer has been compromised. The fraudster hides the emails in secret folders so the customer does not know that his or her computer is being used to email the bank. Callback procedures have been a good deterrent to this type of crime, but we've now seen the bad actors attempt to use account takeover to change signature cards and other profile information so that when the callback is made, it's to the bad actor. With multi-factor authentication, bad actors attempt to have the customer disclose their authorization codes by posing as a bank employee, stating that the code is needed to stop some type of fraud that's happening on their account. Many banks have adopted the American Bankers Association narrative of banks never ask that. Every bank here puts that everywhere we can. But convincing customers to provide these codes continues to be a successful tactic for the bad actors. And with Positive Pay, if you don't know Positive Pay, it's a software where the customer sends us their check file. As checks cleared, we match it up against the file. Anything that doesn't match up rejects. But with Positive Pay, the actors are taking stolen checks, making a forged endorsement, and depositing it into a like-styled account that's fraudulently opened at a different bank. In this case, the item actually clears Positive Pay, and the customer is only aware after they receive a call from their vendor that says the funds were never received. All this said, banks must continually invest in technology, employee training, and customer training to combat financial crime. At Stellar, we've invested in machine learning for transaction monitoring, real-time review of ACH and wire transfers, targeted financial crime education for our bankers and customers, and law enforcement outreach. We've also increased our fraud staff with a team of experienced fraud investigators. Approximately 66% of our fraud matters are check fraud. Our bank and fraud team are faced with increased sophistication and speed of scams, increased mail theft and check fraud attempts, and slow response from other banks when seeking recovery, as many banks are faced with both a lack of resources and the significant impact of the fraud loss. We could give examples all day. I'll give one example. Just a few months ago, our client mailed checks payable to their business customer, mailed checks to their vendors from their corporate office in a blue mailbox. Within a few days, the client started to receive calls from other banks to verify these checks, which is a good thing. The client then called the payees or their vendors for checks that were mailed on that day, and none of those vendors had received their checks. The client does have Positive Pay with Payee Match, but 2 of the checks were indeed deposited into fraudulent accounts opened at other banks with fraudulent endorsements. We're now working on behalf of the client to recover the funds. Client loss is in the mid-6 figures. Although the U.S. Postal Inspection Service has been engaged, to our knowledge, there's been no attention given to this matter by law enforcement. While this was a client loss, there are also losses absorbed by the bank. Stellar uses every available resource to recover, no matter who is responsible for the loss. We have an extensive bank-to-bank network. We work with the FBI and Financial Fraud Kill Chain Protocol for larger international fraud matters. We contact law enforcement, and we have clear language in our deposit account agreements and hold harmless letters around what is expected from our customers with regards to safekeeping their systems and information. And we're well versed in all regulatory options for bank-to-bank recovery, as allowed in the UCC and Reg E. A recent white paper published by Verafin, a leading provider of financial crime management technology and a Stellar vendor, stated that in 2023, fraud losses in the U.S. exceeded $138 billion, comprised of approximately $11 billion in consumer and business losses, with U.S. banks absorbing $127 billion. We expect that to increase in 2024. As Texas bankers, we're asking for harsher penalties and prison sentences for those who engage in financial crime. This type of crime is devastating to its victims as well as the economy. We are very fortunate to have the Texas Financial Crimes Intelligence Center, but their resources are limited, and we ask the same rigor and attention that the FCIC gives to combating skimmers, credit card fraud, and gas pump theft will be directed to check fraud. We also ask for increased investment in state law enforcement specific to financial crimes. In most cases, the banks are relying on who you know to get any law enforcement action. I have the privilege of serving as the chair on the Regional Bankers Council for the Texas Bankers Association. And earlier this year, under the leadership of the TBA legal team, we reconvened the Fraud and Security Task Force to educate our bankers and elevate the fraud conversation among our member banks. Approximately 300 bankers joined our first call, which is a testament to the importance of this issue and the impact it's having on our customers in the industry. Thanks again. Happy to answer questions when we're done.
Hello. I'm Tawana Bilodeau. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for the Bank and Trust, which is headquartered in Del Rio, Texas. We opened our doors in 1910, and we are a $530 million bank, and we not only serve the community of Del Rio, we also serve Brackettville, Sonora, San Angelo, Kerrville, and Bernie. And fraud and the criminals that perpetrate the fraud are unfortunately a topic that we are talking about every single day in all of our locations. In my 31 years at our bank, I've just never seen the level of fraudulent activity that we are seeing and talking about today. When we have fraud, someone's taken that loss, either the bank or, unfortunately, our customers who are the victims. And the bank never wants to take a loss. Anytime we take a loss, that's money that we are unable to put back into our community. And the really heartbreaking part is when our customers are taking the loss. And so I have a couple of stories I would like to share with you today. And in both of those instances, our customers are the ones who have taken the loss. The first one is a crypto scam, and it involves a customer who lost over $200,000. We had proof that he was going to send the money to a known fraudulent source. We talked to the customer, we asked him so many questions, and he was convinced that he was sending the money to a legitimate place. We refused to send the wire transfer. We told him we had evidence of this. All of the questions that he answered for us pointed to a fraudulent activity. He did not believe us. He had banked with us for a very long time, but for some reason he was believing the fraudster over us. He took his money from our institution. He took it to another local institution who sent the wire transfer. He came back to us sometime later and said, "You were right. It was fraud." $200,000 gone from his retirement account. That's what's happening out there in the real world. The next story involves elder financial exploitation, where a customer lost over $45,000. And it all started with an alert on her computer, which is something we've heard about today, supposedly from Microsoft, stating that access was needed to her computer. The customer granted the access, and the fraudster began looking through her computer's desktop and convinced the customer that she was going to be arrested for some illegal activity that was on her computer. And if she didn't take out cash and mail it to the fraudster, she was going to be arrested. So she showed up at the bank, and our team did all of the right things, asked her all of the right questions. What we found out later in an interview with her was that she was convinced that the fraudster was listening to her. So she wasn't honest in her answers with us. And so she was convinced she was being surveilled. She was being watched and she was being listened to. The fraudster convinced her to go to multiple financial institutions and withdraw cash and then send that cash via UPS to some address in the United States. $45,000, elderly customer. That was all the money she had in the bank, and it's gone, never to be seen again. That's heartbreaking. And the penalties need to be higher. We've got to figure out how to stop the fraudsters. We're working to educate our customers in so many different ways. We are using all the tools at our disposals to educate our customers face-to-face, ads with online banking, information in our lobbies. It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month, so we're kicking off some safe banking awareness seminars in our locations. We're also going to be taking those out into the communities, to the places where our customers are, so that we can spread the word and educate our customers that way. We are also using the federal and state regulations that are at our disposal. Some of those are outdated, but we use the ones that we can to help our customers hold on to their money and us to hold on to ours as well. In addition to all the ideas that you've heard here today, one of the other ideas that we think would be really helpful, we would love for you to take a look at Chapter 281 of the Texas Finance Code with a fresh set of eyes. It allows financial institutions to place a hold on a transaction if we believe there is exploitation of a vulnerable adult involved, and that's helpful. The unhelpful part is that there's an and in that. And that little 3-letter word sometimes comes with a ball and chain. So we can place a hold on a transaction, such as a withdrawal, but we also are required to file a report with Adult Protective Services. As I'm sure you are aware, APS is backed up with cases. And in the example I gave where a customer lost $45,000, that's some unknown individual on the other side of a computer. If APS has to investigate that case, that's more paperwork. That's just another file that goes into the cog. And so it seems like there's some room in Chapter 281 to where financial institutions could have some trust there to place a hold on that withdrawal. And we would have some time to contact a trusted family member to, when something's amiss, something's not right with a transaction, so that authority could be in the bank's hands, so that we could stop our customers from being manipulated when there's an unknown fraudster there, so that we could save our customers money, their life savings. That's been mentioned before. We could save them from losing their life savings. We could save their families money and stress. And so we are also asking and in support of everything that's been mentioned here today. And I thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we always talk about the hot checks, fraud checks, and forgery signatures, even cashier's funds or cashier's checks are now being created and fraudulent. But as I look at the issues, we can update our equipment, our technology to help with all the banking situations that happen in terms of fraud. But some it's impossible for us to do anything about. I'll give you an example. You know, we have all kind of hackers, right? They hack into your computer. The person is alone at home, even if you're not elderly. They get talking to, communicating and sending money or giving their financial, personal information to the person on the other side of the computer. And even now in Malaysia, some of this, they have factories of hackers. That's all they do. These are people that are looking for work. They all of a sudden become enslaved, and the only way they can get out and get the freedom is to be able to sit behind a computer all day long, see who they can reach here in the United States. So this is an issue worldwide. I don't have the answer, but I do know that much easier to try to deal with focus on the fraud that's being directed by people to the bank than trying to deal with the fraud that takes place on the internet. They can hack into the Defense Department. The certainly can hack into anything. And it's a real issue because I don't know the answer to that. I do get calls from people that tell me that they couldn't deliver a packet, but please call and give them the information. They'll find me where I am, stuff like that, crazy stuff like that. Or they by the way, we have a bank account, checking account that belongs to you. There's X amount of money in it. Can you please call us so we can provide you with the funding? It's a real challenge. I don't bite into that, but I do know people sometimes do that. So. So the computers, some are just outside our range, and it relates to trying to find ways to prevent that fraud. So I know.
If I could address that. Chairman Flores, you mentioned that the crooks will go to the highest probability with the least amount of resistance. This is what we're talking about. So I don't know if any of us have ever, one of the cargo guys said, talked about bank robbers. Bank robbers get caught. I've been in 4 bank robberies, and they've all been caught. No one gets caught because there is no penalty. So I'm not aware of any of our fraud cases when it comes to wire fraud or check fraud that anyone's ever been caught. Now, skimmers get caught. There's some other areas, but it relates to wire, ACH, and check fraud. When you're dealing with the dark web and checks being sold, there's no consequence. So I think that's what we're asking.
Is that local or is this nationwide?
Nationwide.
International.
Yeah. So I think that's some place to start. I know that at least there'll be some crime package that our trade associations will be working to submit, but that's really what we'd like to elevate the conversation around.
Senator, if I could as well, just to reinforce the point that Commissioner Cooper made, the real world cost, certainly to the customers, but also to the banks. This exacerbates the disappearing landscape of community banks throughout this state and this country. You've got massive federal regulations that are coming down, just burying community banks. You have proliferating fraud losses as well. This is a bad outcome, especially for rural Texas.
It is, and I think the community banks had a meeting down in McAllen at Rio National Bank. So I got to hear a lot of information in terms of what you all do and some of the challenges you face. And I agree with you. We have these regulations coming in from the feds that impose responsibilities and data reporting and regulations on the community banks, which you almost have to hire additional staff just to comply with some of the rules. So I'm pretty much aware of that problem, that issue, the challenge you'll face on that.
Well, if I can piggyback on that, to your point with cyber, I agree. I think those hackers are going to be out there. They're going to be bad actors. And as community institutions, the best that we can do is invest in financial education, which has been mentioned. We can harden our systems, and we have to hire more people. So that's your fraud department. Then you have your card fraud department. You have compliance proper, you have data reporting, you have reporting on suspicious activity, and then you have someone trying to aggregate all that and call banks to recover losses. And so when you look at the landscape of what banks have to deal with and the costs associated with all of that, having some stronger penalty mechanism or funding a consortium to facilitate communication are 2 items that are within reach that could be beneficial, to your point, and something that can be done outside of just looking at the hacker problem.
Ms. Bilodeau?
Thank you. And Senator Hinojosa, that's my point with, for example, tweaking Chapter 281. The hacker is unidentifiable. So tweaking that, for example, to where that and filing a case with Adult Protective Services, if we are able to place that hold on that transaction where we felt like that customer was withdrawing money under duress, that slows that down and allows us the opportunity to reach out to a family member who could dig a little deeper and potentially just stops that transaction from happening. So no, we don't catch the bad guy, but we stop a customer from losing their money. And that was the point that I was trying to make there.
So if you file a report or report it to the Adult Protection State Agency, how does that slow you down?
Well, What I'm saying is we're just giving them a backlog, another backlog of cases when there's an unidentifiable subject on the other side. And so we're just giving them more work to do.
Well, it probably need more work, but it does that stop you from communicating with the family of the depositor?
No, I'm just saying the tweaks to 281, and this is just a suggestion, could help banks help our customers in a much easier format.
Okay,
That's just a suggestion.
thank you.
Thank you all very much for taking the time, and we look forward to working with you as we go into the next session to be able to make some great advances. That's the reason why we're here, and thank you for taking the time to come see us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair will now open for public testimony, and there will be a 2-minute time limit per person. We see there was no one registered to testify for public testimony. So is there anyone else who'd like to provide any public testimony on this interim charge? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. So the chair lays out the following interim committee charge relating to supporting victims of sexual assault, the most important issue in our state, and recognizes the following individuals to provide invited testimony. So our first panel to provide detail on the status of testing sexual assault kits in Texas will be Brady Mills, Chief of the Crime Lab for the Texas Department of Public Safety, Samantha Duran Pizik, Policy Advisor for Texas Association Against Sexual Assault. If you'll come forward. So starting on my left, and we'll go to the right, please state your name and who you represent, and speak directly into the microphone so we can hear you.
You're left. Hi, I am Samantha Duran Pysick. I'm a policy advisor for the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault.
Could you lean forward to the microphone?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Or move the microphone.
There we go. I'm here today to testify on behalf of my organization's membership of sexual assault programs and survivors who seek to eliminate sexual violence in Texas. First, I would like to start by thanking this committee for their continued support of policies protecting and empowering survivors of sexual assault. Last session, we worked closely with this committee to pass legislation requiring prosecutors to effectively communicate with survivors regarding their case and created an information card for law enforcement to give to survivors that provides a list of local resources and their rights as a victim of crime. We look forward to continue working together to pass policies that strengthen crime victims' rights and assist survivors through the criminal justice process. Current statute states once a law enforcement agency receives notification from a healthcare facility about a rape kit, they have 7 days to pick up this kit. Unless that location happens to be over 100 miles, then the agency has 14 days. Unfortunately, we have been hearing from our members and DPS that many kits are being left at hospitals and different healthcare facilities for much longer than is statutorily required. According to DPS, of the 351 kits that are past due to the lab, 103 are in a medical facility waiting for law enforcement to pick them up. Some of these kits have not just been properly tracked in our track kit system. Each of these kits is connected to a Texan who has been sexually assaulted and is waiting for justice. Whether law enforcement is simply not picking them up in a timely manner, they are not updating our tracking system for the kits, survivors are not able to properly track the status of their kits, and many are simply not being sent for testing. This is a violation of the law and an egregious violation of survivors' rights. As you may know, DPS is statutorily required to annually report the current number of untested rape kits to the state. Our policy team is currently drafting legislation that will require DPS to also include in that report the number of rape kits that are at a healthcare facility waiting to be picked up by law enforcement. We are also working with the Governor's Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force to include in the legislative recommendations that sexual assault response teams around the state include this data point and status of the rape kits under their respective jurisdictions in their biennial reports as well. We believe shining a light on these numbers will hold law enforcement agencies accountable to their statutory requirements for processing kits in a timely manner. And finally, one other relevant policy recommendation we have been working on is the automatic testing of all rape kits with victim consent, regardless of whether or not a victim chooses to report the crime to law enforcement at the time of the forensic exam. Our current system requires a rape kit to have a law enforcement case number assigned to it and before it can be tested and run through CODIS. But other states have developed another option for survivors called a medical report, which allows for testing without filing a police report. Research shows that some victims are after experiencing a trauma can be hesitant to interact with law enforcement. That said, if a victim knows that the forensic evidence that was tested resulted in a CODIS hit, they will be more willing to work with law enforcement, and this could lead to identifying more serial rapists. Thank you for your time and interest in this matter, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Brady Mills. I'm the chief of the Texas Department of Public Safety's Crime Laboratory Division. I'm on the charge. I was going to just go through a couple points about the TrackIt system, and then we can talk about the numbers as we pulled those last Thursday. As that was mentioned, in 2017, we were charged with setting up the TrackIt program, which then was active 9/1/2019 as a statewide implementation. So we've been tracking sexual assault kits for the last 5 years through that program. There are timeframes. There's a medical needs to be placed in the TrackIt 2 days after it is collected. Law enforcement does have the 7 days to pick up the sexual assault kit from the medical facility, 30 days to submit it to a laboratory, and then the laboratory has 90 days as well to process the sexual assault kit. TrackIt does require medical, law enforcement, prosecutors, and labs to be involved in the program. We are charged with submitting our results of TrackIt on an annual basis by December 1st. But what we are reporting at that time is the number of kits that are not submitted to a lab and the number of kits that are not analyzed, that are outside the statutory timeframes. Since the inception of the program, we've tracked 51,628 kits. The numbers we pull annually, but we also pull those quarterly for the governor's office. This is our quarterly numbers that were pulled on October 3rd, 2024. The total number of unsubmitted kits, and so these were kits in the hands of law enforcement, were 697, where 353 of those kits were over the 30-day statutory limit. And then the number of unanalyzed kits were 3,187 that were in laboratories, where 1,130 of those were over the 90-day statutory requirement for testing. That concludes the numbers that I have, and I would be welcome any questions.
So your capacity and the capacity to be able to process lab technicians, for example, what's the capacity, in your opinion, of the state to do that better job of that?
So there is when we talk to our local partners or our laboratories themselves, so these numbers are all the DNA laboratories around the state, so it's not just the DPS system, but there is a capacity concern with individuals that are able to process this type of evidence. These individuals are DNA scientists that are in our labs and our local partner labs. They're also charged with other crime types as well. And so they're toggling between the crime type of sexual assault, homicide, assaults. All these are being processed by the same individuals. And there is a number of resource components to the resources that we have in our laboratories versus the kits we're able to process. From a DPS perspective, we have been able to keep up with the 90-day processing statutory timeframes until just recently, where we do now have a few kits that are going over that 90-day capacity.
So what is y'all's opinion on expanding the state's ability to educate crime lab technicians as an essential workforce, for example, to address this with our universities? What do you think of that?
So from a workforce development process, there would be wins if the state laboratories, the local and county laboratories were able to partner with universities in the state to be able to build a workforce for our laboratories.
Well, that's any more comments? Do you have any comments on on workforce to be able to, obviously and thank you for the work that you have done, as Senator Huffman has pointed out, that, that you've done some improvements. Of course, we still have bottom line is we still have a backlog, and that's why we're here. And of course, there's the other issue of, whether there's been a police report and those processes. I mean, that's factored in as well. I mean, there's another side to it that one could argue that, why is my DNA being if I'm not being charged type of argument. But on the other hand, we want to be able to process, from a criminal justice point of view, the evidence in a timely manner so that we can identify and prosecute these actors that are engaged in this. So I think overall, looking at our processes, how much are we sending to out-of-state laboratories for processing?
So our system is not outsourcing. We're doing a lot of insourcing. So we move cases around the state to our own DPS laboratories. We also partner with the University of North Texas to send kits to them as well. We are not sending kits to any private vendors at this time. I do believe that tool is used by some of our local partners, and there would be some of those that would go to some of the labs that are doing this type of work that are out of state.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming, and we look forward to working with you to be able to address this issue. It's important to us, or we wouldn't be having it as an interim item.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So our second panel to discuss how to address the issues of shortage of forensic testing staff and impacts on victim reporting will be Dr. Peter Stout, President and CEO of Houston Forensic Science Center, Dr. Sarah Kerrigan, Director of the Institute of Forensic Research of Sam Houston State University, Dr. Michael Coble, Assistant Director of the Center for Human Identification at the University of North Texas Health Science Center. That's a mouthful right there. And Drs. Kerrigan and Coble are members of the Texas Forensic Science Commission. So we'll start with my left. Please state your name and speak into the microphone so we can hear you.
Actually, I think you might want me to start with this one.
Well, then, you know what? The chair will go ahead and say, go ahead.
All right. All right. Well, thank you all, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Just as a matter of reintroduction, my name is Peter Stout. I am President and CEO of the Houston Forensic Science Center. That is the crime laboratory that services the city of Houston. I'm also President of the Texas Association of Crime Lab Directors, so that makes me the nerd's nerd. I'm a nerd derivative. Y'all have heard me speak a number of times before as Crime Laboratory Director, and I am here in part for that perspective. But I'm also here this time because, as the old ad line goes, I am not only a crime lab director, I am a client as well. And I was going to talk some today about my own personal story to give, I hope, a useful perspective on the inside of being a sexual assault survivor. I am a sexual assault survivor. So buckle up for a few minutes here because there's nothing easy about me. I am made of violence. I first met murder at age 3. Our next-door neighbor, Skip LaGuardia, was a mafia lieutenant to the Smaldone family, and he decided to start his own gambling racket that they objected to, and he caught 2 shotgun blasts to the face in the front yard mowing his lawn. At age 4, murder visited again when Pauline Smaldone was shot escaping her house that had been bombed while she was the retaliatory strike there. I got surprised by murder somewhere, 5 or 6, when Mr. Fuller came sailing over the bushes in the front while I was playing on the front steps, and he burst on the brick wall next to me. And while I was trying to figure out what in the world was lying there next to me and all the parts and pieces and smells, the car that had launched him passed just inches over my head. And the smells of rubber and motor oil will put me right back on those steps. So yeah, auto shops are something that make me really uncomfortable to this day. For me, kindergarten was just as much about blood and police lights and body parts as it was about nap time and snacks. So murder was a really comfortable house guest when he visited again at age 7, when a man burglarizing my grandparents' house here in Westlake Hills in Austin beat my grandfather to death and my grandmother near to death. Kenneth Felder was the probable assailant. He had a decades-long criminal record and a tragic mental health record. He didn't survive that day in September of 1977. He broke into his ex-wife's house a little later that evening, and she shot him to death. But my family, in their anger about that and seeking vengeance, they turned all of their energy to convicting a young woman named Sherry Ann Porter of murder. And yeah, vengeance is a pretty obvious reaction, obvious enough that nobody really cared much about the facts. But in 1982, those facts were plain enough that they overturned her murder conviction. And that just devastated the family. The question of whether Ms. Porter was a victim of my family or victimized my family is corrosive to this day. And in that anger and confusion, Murder's close cousin Rape took the opportunity to introduce himself. A little bit like a shopping channel deal, too good to be true. I had not one, not two, but three sexual predators that manipulated, tortured, and raped me over the next 6 years. First was a charismatic minister in the church. Next was an older kid in the neighborhood, followed by another minister in the church. I've got a lot of years yet of work on an ultraviolet rage at the adults and the enabling institutions that betrayed me. But that kid, yeah, his actions were criminal and they were cruel. But I see that kid a little bit more as fellow traveler. Some other predator had to teach that kid to hunt. So, tragedy for all of us. My story really is not that uncommon. Violence, injustice, bureaucratic failure, rinse and repeat. Male survivors of violent childhood trauma and sexual assault are rarely likable characters. We are angry, violent, destructive. That was the most likely arc for my life. Luck and my wife's courage saved me from that arc. I had insurance, I had access, I have resources to continue treatment when insurance stops. I'm what surviving looks like with help. Supporting survivors is a complex, arduous, long, painful, frustrating, and risky road. Just ask my wife. What you see before you hear today is the result of decades of work, countless dollars and second chances, patience, and, oh my, a lot of help. I'm what surviving looks like with help. There's a lot of tools that are essential components of the support of sexual assault victims. No single tool or approach is magical. Necessarily are the tools of investigation and enforcement and prosecution, what we're discussing today about sexual assault kits. But it can't stop there. Mental health resources and access for victims, children, families, all of them that are consumed by the violence is essential as well. If you want to support survivors, above all else, abandon fewer survivors. Today's unsupported and abandoned victim is tomorrow's suicide, sexual assailant, violent criminal, abusive parent. Found all of those, thank you very much. Texas should be really proud of what we have accomplished so far. Universal testing of SAKs, plus what was discussed earlier. Sexual assault kit tracking, that is pretty unique in the nation. State funding for sexual assault exams and the kits. And big progress on the backlogs. We have made a lot of progress on those backlogs. Those are all tangible examples of what we've accomplished, but those efforts need more sustained resources. Labs struggle all the time with staffing, and that hampers the whole system. So please, consider supporting what we've been talking about, and I put in the written notes there of more discussion. I've discussed with a number of you already about a state-supported apprentice program to help support laboratory staffing. This is an idea that comes from lab directors. It comes from our experience in the labs of what works and what we need. We have more scientific sensitivity and tools to do more with evidence that just wasn't there when I was a kid. These are fantastic capabilities. But that means ever more complex and nuanced results. That's not just more difficult for us to train analysts on. It means a desperate need for more training and capacity for law enforcement, for prosecutors, for courts, for defense attorneys. Our scientific capabilities are useless without a multidisciplinary, multi-agency approach, including advocacy and trauma-informed training. Sexual assault cases are complex. They are muddy, they are unclear, and you risk devastating harm to victims if they aren't handled with compassion and respect. Those are things that are really difficult for a criminal justice system that has too few resources all the way across. There's a desperate need to help train more investigators, lawyers, judges in the effective handling of sexual assault investigations, and the entire system needs to be able to effectively investigate these. More resources are needed for the advocacy groups to help support survivors understanding that getting their kit tested helps other cases. Now, that might not be the best job for law enforcement. It takes me nothing at all to feel the nausea rising even 40 years later, contemplating going to law enforcement to try and do something about my case. It is a visceral fear. I don't believe what happened to me. It terrifies me to contemplate somebody else in an official capacity doubting me. Imagine what that is for your typical survivor, and not somebody that works for cops and prosecutors all the time. It takes a really strong support framework for the survivors to be able to participate. Yeah, all of this is wildly expensive. I get it. Texas has made great strides, thanks to many of you on this committee, but please don't stop there. Sustainably fund the needs of forensic laboratories in all the myriad ways that we need. Fund the training and capacity of law enforcement and judges and lawyers. Our science just doesn't mean anything unless they can do something with the answers we produce. It's been 40 years here this fall, as best my damaged memory can put together, of the last time I was raped. Please remember, I'm what surviving looks like with help. 40 years of help. Thank you for your time and entertaining me going a little bit long. And if I haven't sucked all the air out of the room, I think our university partners here have some things to add.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Sarah Kerrigan. I'm the director of the Institute for Forensic Research, Training, and Innovation at Sam Houston State University, and I was asked to be here today to address the Workforce Development Initiative proposed by the Texas Association of Crime Lab Directors and Dr. Stout beside me. The College of Criminal Justice at SHSU is one of the oldest and most respected CJ colleges in the United States. During my 19 years as an SHSU professor and as former department chair, we developed the first FEPAC-accredited master's program in forensic science in Texas and the first PhD in forensic science in the United States. We are recognized as a leader in forensic science education nationally. My passion for forensic science education stems from my experience as a forensic practitioner, former state crime lab director, and as director of an independent accredited lab here in Texas. I'm not just here as an academic today. I've walked in the shoes of the crime lab directors that are requesting a formal apprenticeship program here in Texas. I'm connected to the community that brings you this proposal because I understand the pressures faced by examiners, management, and the administration. I've walked in their shoes, and I can tell you they are not always comfortable. The demands of the profession are quite extraordinary. We operate in an exceptionally unforgiving environment with grim rewards and few positive outcomes. Our work does not always make for good supper-time conversation with our families. New recruits need to be adequately trained but also realistically prepared for what lies ahead. Training gaps or a workforce that is not sufficiently prepared can have dire courtroom consequences that impact people's lives. My experience as both an educator and practitioner have provided me with valuable insight regarding the needs of the forensic service providers and the opportunities for institutes of higher education like Sam Houston State University to provide relief and contribute positively to the criminal justice system. In 2009, the National Academy of Sciences published a landmark report, Strengthening Forensic Science in the United States, A Path Forward. The report highlighted many gaps in our profession, in the classroom, in the crime lab, and in the courtroom. Importantly, it highlighted the need for institutes of higher education to play a more active role in the advancement of our profession. The institute at SHSU was created shortly thereafter to address those gaps. For more than a decade, we've been supporting forensic scientists across the state and working collaboratively with crime labs, federal agencies, and industry to support a culture of science and a forward-looking profession. Since the publication of the NAS report, tremendous progress has been made. Federal reform efforts and the development of forensic science standards are now having positive impacts in crime labs across the entire United States. However, some of these standards are actually increasing the burden and expectation on labs that are already struggling with resources. Among the 15,000 forensic scientists nationwide, vacancy rates are estimated to be 10%. It can take 2 to 4 years to train an examiner after graduation at an estimated investment of $300,000 to $500,000 per examiner. The apprenticeship program being proposed by the Texas Association of Crime Lab Directors would have significant impact and provide much-needed relief to publicly funded crime labs across our state. Oversight by the Texas Forensic Science Commission will provide the necessary infrastructure and fortitude to administer a robust apprenticeship program. The Commission already has oversight of lab accreditation, licensing, and the investigation of allegations of professional negligence and misconduct. No other entity is better positioned to provide oversight in collaboration with university partners. Institutions like SHSU can deliver specialized training to meet workforce needs. These can be delivered in a hybrid form with a training curriculum specifically designed to meet the needs of this state, including accreditation and licensing requirements. Components of a universal or standardized training curriculum during the 2-year apprenticeship will ensure that examiners have a solid foundation to prepare them for casework. Not only will it provide training relief for the crime labs, but it will also reduce redundancy in the training effort between labs. The proposal from the TACLID would provide apprentices that are ready for Texas's rigorous licensing requirements for casework and the courtroom, partnering with universities that already have proven and documented success delivering graduate education in forensic science also offers opportunities to enhance the credentialing of examiners in our state. Texas is not a stranger to leading forensic science reform efforts. It did not wait until the publication of the NAS report in 2009 to enact its own sweeping statewide reforms. As a result, we are already recognized as a leader in forensic science nationally. However, our crime labs struggle with the ongoing challenge of examiner recruitment, training, attrition, rehiring, and retraining. The apprenticeship program could help break this vicious cycle. Moreover, the proposed forgivable loan structure for examiners that remain in the state for 5 years would help keep the most qualified examiners right here in Texas. While some other states have centralized training academies and partnerships to support forensic science, the apprenticeship proposal from the TACLID is really quite unique. It would again demonstrate our innovative approach to solve a nationwide problem, further reinforcing Texas's leadership in our profession. While the structured apprenticeship or fellowship experience beyond the graduate level would be unique for most forensic science disciplines such as DNA, drugs, and firearms, this approach has been used successfully in other professions for decades, including medicine. It is not new. SHSU has proven success, having delivered over 250 graduates with masters and PhDs in forensic science, with employment success approaching 100%. Although almost half of our MS and PhD candidates come from out of state, the vast majority of our graduates, 78%, stay right here in Texas. Producing top-notch graduates, however, is not enough. Universities like ours need to be leveraging their resources and expertise to assist with the workforce gaps statewide. Through our existing centers and institutes at SHSU, we have proven success delivering training to thousands of professionals in law enforcement, criminal justice, and forensic science. I believe SHSU has the expertise and experience to help make the Forensic Science Apprenticeship Program proposed by the Texas Association of Crime Lab Directors a success, and I would be glad to answer any questions from the committee.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michael Coble. I'm a professor at the University of North Texas Health Science Center at Fort Worth, and also the executive director of the Center for Human Identification at HSC. The Center of Human Identification is truly unique in that we are an accredited lab that performs DNA testing that is housed on the campus of an academic institution. To my knowledge, we are the only academic institution in the United States that has access to CODIS, our national DNA database. Over 85% of the criminal casework that we process at CHI is sexual assault kit testing. And we sort of do three different things for the state of Texas. First, we provide DNA testing at no cost to our local law enforcement agencies in North Texas. Secondly, as Chief Brady mentioned previously, we assist Texas DPS with taking sexual assault kits that they receive for DNA testing. And this is a huge benefit, as Chief Mills mentioned. They don't have to outsource these kits. We take ownership from the beginning. We do all the testing and even go to court and testify, so it stays in Texas. And the third thing we do as far as sexual assault kit testing is we statewide perform criminal paternity testing to every part of Texas, not just North Texas or in Austin. So this requires some specialized training and analysis for this kind of kinship testing. As Dr. Kerrigan has pointed out, this apprenticeship proposal by TACLAD would have a huge benefit to our crime lab and all other labs across the state. It does take a huge investment of time and resources to properly train a new analyst in an accredited public lab once that new analyst is hired. It can take anywhere from 6 months, if they have some experience, to up to potentially 2 or 3 years before an analyst can start to perform all of the duties independently in the lab. So generally, while in training, the new hire will follow a checklist of things that must be accomplished before they're able to then perform test work on their own. Learning some procedures in the lab, like for example, screening of male DNA, may only take a few weeks to complete, but other more complicated processes like the interpretation of DNA mixtures, which is quite common when you're dealing with sexual assault kit testing, can take several months, even a year, to complete. So I think this is where the apprenticeship program could really help to streamline and train the specialized analyses that forensic scientists perform. There's a software program that labs in Texas are using to help with the interpretation of these complex mixtures. However, not all forensic science degree programs throughout the U.S. have access to this software. So we have to take that individual and train them from the very starting point. And again, that can take a lot of time. CHI is also the missing persons laboratory for the state of Texas, and in cooperation with Texas DPS, we test all skeletal remains that are found within the border of Texas. But this kind of testing takes very specialized training that, quite frankly, not all students coming out of college have this kind of information, like mitochondrial DNA testing. So it requires extra time to train a new person when they're hired. And I haven't even talked about testimony training. This is most often the one area that forensic scientists really need good mentoring and training. The urgent need for training in our workforce in Texas is coming our way. If we want to look at the technicians, which the Honorable Chair had mentioned earlier, we can point to some recent data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics back in August. It projects that employment for forensic science technicians is projected to grow 14% over the next decade. And the Texas labor market information has projected that for Texas, forensic technicians will be at 22% for the next decade. So there's an increase within Texas compared to the rest of the U.S. And so this apprenticeship program that's proposed by TACCLAD with the oversight from the commission, the Texas Forensic Science Commission, can really help us in training the next generation of forensic scientists. Speaking now as from the academic side of my job as an educator at HSC, we've partnered with Texas DPS since 2020 to provide their new hires with foundational review, theoretical training, education on 13 topics that are part of the information that they train their analysts on. And over the last 4 years, we've completed almost 500 hours of training for DPS employees. In fact, we have a training next week on blood screening. So overall, we have also partnered with the Texas Forensic Science Commission and have recently signed a formalized agreement to continue hosting training programs for all analysts in the state. We also work with other entities. As Dr. Stout mentioned, it takes not just the scientists, but also training lawyers, and we work with the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement and the Texas Justice Court Training Center to help provide training, like, for example, for Justice of the Peace and their personnel. So from an academic point of view, this type of forensic training can also help us rapidly adapt to new technologies that will prepare our future workforce. We are, for example, everyone is familiar with the role of forensic genetic genealogy, of being able to identify individuals that have not been in CODIS and have not made that hit. That involves machinery and new types of markers that are tested that a lot of students that are coming out of forensic science programs may not have that kind of experience or exposure. So we've been very fortunate at HSC to be able to invest in these new technologies and innovation. I'm proud to say that both HSC and Sam Houston State University, we've been collaborating closely over the last few years. We have joint grants that we're working on new technologies and innovations. So this type of workforce development, as outlined by TACCLAD, would help to build upon the outstanding expertise that we already have here in Texas. We might be rivals on the gridiron, but we are collaborators when it comes to the goal of providing the best forensic testing to help survivors of sexual assault and victims of serious crimes. So we would be quite honored to be a part to help create and make this program successful for the state of Texas, and I feel that Texas would become the model for the rest of the forensic world. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you all for being here, and this is obviously a topic that's very important to us. So, just as we know, our population is increasing every day. About 1,400 new people a day coming here. And people love Texas, and for good reason. But there's the things that come along with that increase in population. That's crime is one of them. And of course we have the capacity. We know we need to increase the capacity of our forensic laboratories across the state. And so first of all, what was an incumbent for? What are the requirements you look for a candidate for this apprentice program? What does that person look like? Who is that person?
So I think I probably have to take the most blame for this whole idea here.
Tell me who that person is.
Yeah.
What's their requirements, their education?
I think part of the idea behind this is how do we have the flexibility to be able to feed people into multiple different disciplines? Forensic laboratories really are about 9 separate little businesses ranging from biology to crime scene, and it's very, very difficult to transition a person between these disciplines. So how do we construct something to help the fact that I need firearms examiners, I need latent print examiners, I need DNA analysts, I need all of those. And I'd point in there that there is more evidence in most sexual assaults than just the sexual assault kit. So part of this is how do we develop people for other types of evidence that go to sexual assault investigations as well as SAKs. I think what we have contemplated with this as a pilot scale would be about the scale of the number of graduate students coming out of these two programs. So about 25 to 50 people a year is what we're looking at. A lot of the graduate level, people with masters is kind of the workhorse degree in a lot of our disciplines. Some disciplines is a little less, but you basically need at least a bachelor's in a hard science, preferably a graduate degree for most of the disciplines we're at. So targeting that. There are some of the intangible parts that giving somebody a couple of years to understand, is this work that they are really going to be able to make a career at? This is work that's tough on people. I think that is pretty obvious to most people that what our analysts deal with is somebody else's nightmare, and they do that 24/7. It takes a toll on them, and some people just really don't understand that until they get into the laboratory and are in the lab for a while. So I think that's another aspect of this is the ability to give people long enough in the laboratory to really understand what they're up to. So graduate level, one of the students that's coming out of these programs and really work to try and keep them in the area. I think this as a practitioner lab, we struggle with this one a lot. We put $300,000, $500,000 into somebody, and yeah, I make them sign agreements about we're going to come try and recoup our costs, but those kinds of agreements are basically unenforceable. I got access to their last paycheck. That's about it. So, some mechanism that's beyond what I've got access to help incentivize keeping people in the state and not moving out would be a big help as well.
So we're looking at biomedical science degrees.
And see that varies.
I guess that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, okay, so that varies a lot by the discipline. For biology and DNA, yeah, it's going to be molecular biology, biochemistry, those kinds of things. Toxicology is going to be much more chemistry, toxicology, pharmacology, latent prints. There's a little bit more variability there. Chemistry degrees, and so at scale, chemistry degrees would be, I think, a big feeder into this because chemistry lurks behind a lot of the stuff that we do.
So you're looking at, you mentioned 500,000 per?
Mm-hmm. So you figure I've got somebody for 2 years. Back of the envelope, I'm probably going to be into it for about $100,000 for direct labor and fringe on the trainee themselves. So you got that for 2 years. Plus then I basically end up, it's a 2-for-1 deal for me because I've got to have somebody who's a qualified analyst do the training. So I lose that person for a couple of years, and then costs of external training materials, all of the other kind of the harder costs on it is where we come to rapidly somewhere between about 300, about 500,000. And some disciplines like firearms, which is of a critical problem for pretty much every laboratory in the country right now, the real shortage of firearms examiners, that one is very solidly a 2-year arc. Oftentimes that's more about 3 years before we can get somebody to where they can independently do casework.
Well, okay. Well, we look forward to as we move forward the session to delve deeper into that, at addressing that issue for us so we can solve our overarching problem and prepare proactively for the future. Thank you all for your service.
No, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So the chair will now open for public testimony. There will be a 2-minute time limit per person on public testimony. We're showing no one signed up to testify. So is there anyone else who would like to provide any public testimony on this interim charge? Hearing none, public testimony is closed. So thank you all for being here today. We had a very good discussion, and it's for something very critically important to Texas. We will leave this charge pending, and is there any other business coming before the committee at this time? Hearing none, Senator Hinojosa moves that the Senate Committee on Criminal Justice stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Thank you. Thank you, members.